Good afternoon, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Village of Ruidoso regular council meeting this May 11th. It's 1 p.m. If you'll join me for a moment of silence, and then join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico,
to see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, thank you, and we're exercising our relaxed COVID rules. We actually have some folks here today, so we're glad to see everyone. We will now have a roll call. Please, Mr. Santa.
Mayor Crawford.
Here.
Councilor Salas.
Here.
Councilor Letterman.
Here.
Councilor Eby.
Here.
Councilor Cornelius.
Here.
Councilor Coughlin.
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
We have a quorum, and I see Councilor Coughlin's eye has improved.
It's getting better.
Yeah, it's getting a little better.
I'm almost looking normal.
Yeah, well, you got a ways to go, my friend. I would like an approval for today's agenda, and if you got the little notice about removing item number 2 on regular item, could you please include that in your opening?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda with the amendment to postpone regular item number 2, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-22, a resolution amending Ordinance 2016-06, Village of Ruidoso Personnel Policy, Chapter 4, Positions and Pay, 4-1, Compensation Policy, 4-2, Pay, 4-3, Merit Increase, and one-time Merit Performance Pay, 4-4, End of Probation Increases, 4-5, Cost of Living Adjustment, otherwise known as COLA, 4-10, Service Credit Pay, Exhibit A, Police Pay Plan, Exhibit B, Dispatcher Pay Plan, Exhibit C, Fire Pay Plan, Exhibit D, General Employee Pay Plan, to be presented at the special meeting on May 20th, 2021, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I think I heard Councilor Letterman. So roll call, please, sir. Ladies first.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Councilor Letterman.
Aye.
Councilor Eby.
Aye.
Councilor Salas.
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius.
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks, and it's we just need a little more time to work on that pay plan. It's pretty complicated, and we're working on it for a lot of different reasons. I know y'all are all involved, so we will have it on our special meeting, which is going to be the 28th.
20th.
May the 20th at 8 a.m.
20th at 8. I knew there was a 2, a 20, and 8. So, all right, bear with me while I read our consent regular items. There are many. Item number 1 is approval of the governing body minutes, April 13th, 2021, regular meeting, April 27th, 2021, special meeting, May 4th, 2021, workshop meeting. Item number 2, ratification of lease agreement with Ruidoso Snowplay and Ice Skating LLC with change of Exhibit A to the lease agreement. Item number 3, approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso and the County of Lincoln for the provision of regulation services of residential and commercial construction within certain specified areas of the County of Lincoln. Item number 4, approval of agreement with MuniRevs, Inc. to provide short-term rental identification, compliance, permitting, and lodgers tax collection information on a web-based platform. Item number 5, approval of a 1-year extension of small purchase agreement with the Agency for Professional Services for design team services. Item number 6, approval of 1-year extension of small purchase agreement with the Agency for Professional Services for Tourism Publicity, PR Consultant Services. Item number 7, approval of award of RFP number 2021-007P to John Shoemaker and Associates for the hydrogeological water supply and water rights consultant services. Item number 8, approval of contract for goods and services with John Shoemaker and Associates, Inc. for RFP number 2021-007P for hydrogeological water supply and water rights consultant services and task orders, RFP number 2021-007P-01, hydrogeologic general services, RFP number 2021-007P-02, water rights and NMOSE, New Mexico Office of State Engineering hearings, and RFP number 2021-007P-03, hydrogeological monitoring for $50,000, $25,000, and $50,000, including gross receipts tax, respectively. I know y'all thought I was really going to screw that word. Yeah, I've been practicing. La, 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 la. Item number 9, approval of task order RFP number 2019-004P-09 with Riverbend Engineering, Inc. for Eagle Creek Sports Complex drainage in the amount of $21,234.12, including gross receipts tax. Item number 10, approval of task order RFP number 2019-004P-10 with Riverbend Engineering, Inc. for Grindstone Canyon erosion control and wetlands in the amount of $24,479 even, including gross receipts tax. Number 11, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as fiscal agent for the Lincoln County Ruidoso DWI program and Region 9 for a part-time preventionist. Number 12, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and Linda Hand for prevention specialist services for the DWI prevention program. Item 13, approval of first renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and Hanson Consulting for professional services for the Lincoln County DWI grant program. Item 14, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as fiscal agent for the Lincoln County Ruidoso DWI program and the City of Ruidoso Downs as the administrative authority for the Ruidoso Downs Police Department for the DWI enforcement activities and reimbursement costs. Item number 15, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as the fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and the Village of Capitan as the administrative authority for the Capitan Police Department for the DWI enforcement activities and reimbursement of costs. Item 16, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and the Town of Carrizozo as administrative authority for the Carrizozo Police Department for the DWI enforcement and reimbursement of costs. Item 17, we're nearly there. Approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as the fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and the County of Lincoln as the administrative authority for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office for DWI enforcement activities and reimbursement of costs. Item number 18, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso as the fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and the Village of Ruidoso as the administrative authority for the Ruidoso Police Department for DWI enforcement and the reimbursement of costs. Item 19, approval of subgrant agreement between the Village of Ruidoso as the fiscal agent for the Lincoln County /Ruidoso DWI program and the Department of Public Safety, State of New Mexico, acting through the Grant Accountability and Compliance Section, GACS, for the DWI enforcement and reimbursement of costs. Item number 20, approval of award of RFP number 2021-009P to Hub International for insurance broker services for the Village of Ruidoso. Item number 21, approval of T-Hanger lease agreement between the Village of Ruidoso, Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and Alan Sanderson for Bravo 7 T hangar beginning on May 1, 2021. Item 22, request to schedule a public hearing on June 8, 2021 for ordinance 2021-02, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 54, Land Use, Article 2, Zoning Division 1, Definition Section 54-31, Division 3, District Regulations, Sections 54-91, then 54-97, and 54-98, 54-99, 54-102, and 54-103. And that concludes our consent regular items. Like a motion for approval, please?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, Judy does have an update on the hub information and needs some direction from council on that.
Okay.
Can we please move that to the regular item? the hub?
Move item number 20? Item 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll move item number 20, will then become item number 8, 9. 9, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk? Okay, is that all right with everybody? Okay. So I need a motion to reflect.
Mayor, I move to approve the consent regular items as read with the movement of item 20 consent to regular item number 9.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and second. Do we have discussion?
Discussion, yes, please. I just wanted to give recognition to the agency. I know we're up for renewing, and during this time of COVID over the last year, I felt that the agency has done an excellent job in getting out information via Facebook or what have you, on radio or what have you and stuff. So I'm glad we're extending that 1 year approval.
Yeah, I agree with you. Anyone else?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, would the Mayor Pro Tem accept a friendly amendment for the chair to move agenda items as needed?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please, Mr. Senna.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to the public input portion. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone call in or that wants to be recognized for public input?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, the clerk's office did not receive any phone calls, emails, or letters pertaining to being placed as public input.
Okay. Mr. Ferguson, is there anyone that's got their hand up that wants to be recognized?
Mayor, Council, not that I can see.
Okay, we'll wait just one more tick-tock. Okay,
Mayor, if I may, I'm not sure, but Mayor, were we going to recommend also referring back item number 22?
he moved it to 22.
Land use.
I didn't think we were.
I wondered about that because we haven't even had hearings on that yet.
Mayor,
It's
my
about
recommend-
having a public hearing.
Well, I meant among ourselves. They
Oh.
were supposed to present it to the committee.
Did I miss it? I don't see anything in my bag. I have no problem with that. So,
So wait, what, why are we taking it off? Because P&Z hasn't heard?
Yeah, they've heard
I thought they
Mayor.
heard it.
Mayor, if I may, Mayor, Council, my recommendation is that we take item number 22 and refer it back to public input. When the Planning and Zoning Board, they made amendments to it, but in the publication, they added C2 and C3. The original document only had C3, so the people in C2 have not had an opportunity to weigh in on it. And so my recommendation is that we send it back to P and Z and ask the Community Development Department to conduct a survey of all the residents and business owners, property owners within that zone.
I didn't realize this is what we were talking about,
I didn't either.
that portion of it. Yeah, if we could on the pot,
Yeah.
the cannabis, the marijuana,
You want to know?
the Mary Jane.
I guess, I mean, I thought once we had it on here, we'd just keep it scheduled and,
Well, we got to get it, we had a kind of a makeshift from RMA questionnaire that was sent out that I've gotten a lot of calls from businesses that don't want to participate in it
right.
because of the way one of the questions is worded. So we were going to reach out to the business community and send out some stuff to the public
Okay.
to ask for input on that. And I guess we don't have time, but I was under the impression that that's what this was about, was to schedule those public hearings.
Mayor, this would be to schedule a public hearing at the council level. Although when we look at the zoning changes or adding the public hearing should be conducted first at the P and Z. They did conduct a public hearing, but the only people that were notified at that time were the people in the Midtown District. It didn't include the additional people that are included that would be affected by their recommendations.
Mr. Mayor and Manager, would it be appropriate then to have it removed from the consent agenda, moved to a regular item number 10 with the idea that it be postponed until our next meeting? That then I think would allow P&Z a chance to reevaluate this.
I mean, does it have to be put on a regular agenda? Can it just be
Just
postponed?
dropped off.
And
I
then
would just
we
recommend that it be removed from the agenda and deferred back to P and Z and Community Development Department.
Because that's what we had talked about.
Then I would move that we go back to the consent items and that item number 2 be removed.
Item 22.
22.
Item number 22.
Okay. Do you
I'll
accept?
second that.
Okay, so he accepts a friendly amendment. So it stands that to accept consent regular items with the removal of item number 2 and put on regular item as number 9 and removal of item consent number 22, and it will be just removed. Okay, is everybody clear? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Mr. Sena.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Okay, thanks for catching that. I was kind of had my cart before the horse on how the discussion, but we're going to have a lot of openness and discussion about this item because it does have a big impact to the community. And we need to get on it pretty soon because we already have people that are renting properties in Midtown and working out deals to sell cannabis. And I'm not even sure if they've got a license because from what I understand, they haven't even given us the variables on how many or whatever licenses. And our decision will be on location, hours of operation, and density. It's basically, from what I understand, that we will be able to do. We can't say no, period.
Density meaning how many in the community?
Per block or per whatever, however it's, but that's the conversations we need to have because there is a lot of concern from other businesses and citizens that we want to hear. It's not all about just making money and things like that, but it's here and we need to understand how it's going to affect our community and we need to talk to the people that live in the community and get their say-so. All right, so did you already have a roll call?
Mm-hmm.
We're already good. Good. Keep me on task. And now then we can move into the public input, which you said nobody's called. And we went on there and we're good. So now we'll go to mayoral reports and presentations. And this is introduction of new employees of the Village of Ruidoso. And I assure you, those that are here, the program does get much better from this point on. Okay, we at the council meeting here, we have new employees, which we'll start off with Maggie Barr. She is the short-term rental administrative assistant. She was hired 4/26/2021. Maggie, are you here?
Mayor, Maggie wasn't able to make it this afternoon. She had to take the rest of the afternoon off, so we will get her here the next time. I do believe I've introduced her to several
Yes.
governing body members.
Yeah.
And we're pleased to have Maggie. She's doing a great job so far, Mayor.
Yeah, and she's, that's become a big portion, a lot of work, relatively new industry in the state of New Mexico and in this community in particular. It has a big impact, which we've all seen on our largest tax collections. Number 2 is Abelardo, and it goes by Lalo Lerma. And he is starting with wastewater maintenance worker. He started 4/26/21. Come on up here, young man, and we're glad to have you. And we just want to welcome you to the village. And we can still shake hands now, but we appreciate this. Everybody get a good look at him. That's a great department to be in, and hopefully there'll be a lot of education for you in the long term here in the village. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where are you from? And
I'm from Hondo.
you're from Hondo, so you're a local guy.
Regular.
Okay, good. So, well, here we are, and if you ever need anything, just look us up.
Mayor, Lalo has worked with us in the past as
Oh, it's
well.
Alado,
Yeah.
not Lalo. Abelardo. And then David Flores. These guys, he's going to join in our custodian department. He was hired May 10th. He's brand spanking new. And David, we appreciate you coming on. Hopefully you have a good tenure here. Thank you. I would say long tenure, but you got hair the color of mine, so I don't know. We'll be hanging out for a while. But it's an important position, and we found out just how important through all of this stuff with COVID. So if you ever need us, have any questions, here we are. Just contact your manager or call us up directly. So thank you.
Thanks, David.
And we mean that. So I do have people that take me up on it from time to time. We have some promotions, which is awesome. Terry Yarbrough has been brought up to Chief Plant Operator, and he was promoted May 9th. Heard a band called the Yarbrough Brand. Are you related in?
Oh, not me.
That's you?
I don't have enough time for that.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you for taking it over. It's a huge, important task. So,
Absolutely.
thank you. Can you tell us about yourself? I mean,
I've been here in Reynosa for 27
7 years.
I grew up in Tularosa. I didn't move far from home, but I love it here, so.
well, you're one of those guys we just see out of the peripheral from time to time. So, I guess we'll be hearing a lot more about you.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We'll be more intact.
Okay. Well, good. We're glad to see you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Seth Caruth is interim detective patrol. Promoted was 5/9.
Congratulations, Seth.
Seth, shake your hand again. We appreciate you. Thank you for what you guys do. And so how long have you been with us?
Since last March.
Since last March.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you come from?
Actually, I grew up here and I moved away from the military and I got law enforcement in Roosevelt County.
Came back. I remember, yeah. So, all right. Well, thank you for stepping up, and we appreciate your service. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
All right. Under mail reports, we have a long agenda, so I won't go on blah, blah, blah. But just to say that we are going to really go through this cannabis with a fine-tooth comb, that we are going to be reaching out to the public. We do have a lot of wonderful things working in the village right now. So you will be seeing a lot of work that's being done on Meacham and Suttereth. That's all state. And then we do have our MAP program that is working. They're doing a good job, the streets department, Josh and his guys on Carrizo Canyon, which they should be getting pretty close to completion. Looked at it yesterday and the day before, and then we'll be starting on Grindstone Canyon Road. So we're looking forward to that. But those guys are doing a wonderful job. They've got a lot of work, and they do it in a short amount of time. So I don't have anything for my board and commissions. I'm still looking for some help on lodger's tax. I say me, I mean we. We're all in this together. It's a tough position, but we need some people that are very thoughtful, have some knowledge of construction, have the time to read the ordinances, but it is a very important position. So we do need help in that areas. We still have a few vacancies in other areas. So if you have an area that you would like to volunteer, please, you can go on the village website. We have an application. It's just briefly some information about you, and then we try to set you up with your interest. We will make sure you're not a serial killer. Do we still do that?
You know,
I hope. Now, we will do just a small background check, but usually it's people that we know well in the community. And so we appreciate all of our volunteers. Just wanted to remind everyone that we will have the finalists for our police chief hire. We will have folks in town. Haven't heard much from Chief Gold, but we'll start tomorrow with a meet and greet with a few staff members. And then Thursday, we want to ask everybody to come on down to the convention center, this building here, 6 p.m. on Thursday evening, afternoon, and meet. I think we've got 7 or 8 candidates that will be in. So we would like for you to come in and look, talk to them, meet them, and then give us some your feedback on things like that. We're excited. We had a lot of people apply from all over the country. We narrowed it down. I appreciate the human resource staff, all the work that they did, a tremendous amount. We sent that information back out to 19 that we asked to do, answer 3 questions on a video and record it and send it to us. I thank the committee that worked hard on, that was not easy because we had so many people that were very well qualified, different parts of the country. The questions we asked I thought were pertinent, but I appreciate that committee that graded them independently. We then compiled that and we sent out offers to the top 7 or 8. And so those are the individuals that you will be seeing tomorrow and the next day. So again, Thursday, 6 p.m., Convention Center. Be there to meet your the new police chief, hopefully. And so that way you can have your input too. Okay, we'll move on to the village manager's report. Manager Dodge.
Mayor, I just adding on to, the police chief selection, we had, I believe it was 41 candidates total. One of the things that kind of on a negative side, we did have one candidate that was an excellent candidate that backed out. And when he found out about, what happened with qualified immunity and some of the tort issues that changed during the session, he decided and said, I'm not moving to New Mexico anymore. And
that's from California.
That's correct. And I hope that doesn't continue with some of the other candidates and what we're seeing. I did want to thank Chief Gold for, his staff working with Lieutenant Chavez, Lieutenant Urban, and looking at the pay plan.
Yeah, and Sergeant Urban.
Sergeant. Did I say lieutenant?
You just gave him a big promotion. I just didn't. I hadn't seen the pan yet, so I was wondering.
Well, the way he presented, he deserved.
He did a great job. He honestly did. Chief was there and Lieutenant one day, but he did an excellent job of presenting and very informative for us.
And Mayor, so with that, I want to go ahead and on the manager's report, turn it over to the chief. Chief has some guests with him today, and this is a result of Counselor Cornelius wanting to reach out and talk about domestic violence and victim advocacy. So Counselor, thanks for stepping up and bringing this subject forward. But Chief. Judy, I think one of your staff's in the hall.
Don't hear it.
Never tap the mic.
Yeah, that's what
Never tap the mic.
the sound guy says. Don't tap the mic. One day soon we'll be in our permanent full-time house. Coming up soon. Are we permit problems?
No, permanent.
Oh, permit. Then was that permit problems, yeah.
I'll start it off and then I'll let the two sit down. Mayor, Council, thank you for the time. As indicated, as Manager Dodge indicated, Councilor Cornelius brought to our attention that there were some situations going on within our community, and a lot of your constituents, our people in our village, were not aware of victim advocacy. So we talked about, it was on our website. I don't know, I guess it was on there about 7 years ago, hadn't been properly been removed. So since then, I've tasked, Lieutenant, we've taken care of that. Yes, okay, that's been removed. We do not have a village employee that is actually a victim advocate. I didn't realize it was on the website, but thank you, Counselor, for bringing it to our attention. With that, I went down over to the DA's office. I met with the young ladies, and I asked them if they would come up on today's council and kind of give you all a presentation on what services are provided through the district attorney's office. I've been around for a long time, as we indicated before, and the victim advocacy is a tremendous program for our victims. There's a lot of resources that are available. I'm not going to indulge and say those, but I'll let them speak as we go on. So that's the focus of our presentation today. I'll let them introduce themselves and tell you about the program.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Marcus Blaze. I work at the District Attorney's Office. I've been a prosecutor my entire career except for 2 years where I took a break from 2016 to 2018. I served as Governor Martinez's Assistant General Counsel up in Santa Fe. Outside of that, prosecution has been my sole goal, and I know some about victims' rights. What I'd like to explain to you all is the who, what, where, and when of victims' rights, where it comes from, who can exercise those rights. And then Ryla Zamora is a victim advocate, and she could talk to you about her day-to-day activity. I hope to condense this into about 5 to 10 minutes, but I am an attorney, so we'll see how long-winded I get. Hopefully it's very quick. Let's start with again, the who, what, where, when, and why we do this. Let's start with the where it comes from. It comes from the legislature who put in the statute in 31-26-1. That is the Victims of Crime Act. So that's where it comes from. In the Victims of Crime Act, it says the reason that it's in there is to understand that victims of crime deserve rights, and they also point out the fact in D as in dog, the provisions of Article 2, Section 24 of the Constitution, actually, that's where it comes from originally. Article 2, Section 24 of the Constitution is the one that talks about victims' rights. So it's actually in the New Mexico Constitution even before the legislature came together and decided to put it into statute. Let's talk about who it applies to. That comes from 31-26-3. You may think to yourself, well, the victims of crime are all of those people who are victims of a criminal offense. Well, criminal offense is actually defined in 31-26-3. Interestingly enough, if you are a victim of a property crime, you are not a victim of crime. A lot of people don't understand that. So when you have these people who have had their houses burglarized or their cars broken into or their cars damaged, which is criminal damage to property, you are not a victim of crime. There are enumerated crimes defined in 31-26-3. I'm not going to read them all, but there's 21 different crimes that are listed there. Among the ones that are not listed there, I've already talked about property crimes. You are not a victim of a crime when it comes to this statute. When you get these rights, you can't be a victim of property crime. In addition, you can't be a victim of a robbery. Okay, armed robbery is enumerated. That is, somebody comes up with a gun or knife and says, "I need all your money." Well, that's an armed robbery. That is specifically enumerated. What's not a robbery. If I come up to you and just me saying, hey, if you don't give me your money, I'm going to beat you up, that's a robbery, but it's not an armed robbery because I'm not armed with anything. They're actually not a victim of crime, interestingly enough. So again, right or wrong, that's not what I'm here for. I'm just here to let you know that this applies to those people who are victims of crime, and the enumerated offenses are listed in 31-26-3. That's different from the CVRC Act. The CVRC Act is the Crime Victim Restoration Act. That lets you know who gets money for being a victim of crime. If you're a victim of crime, not only are you entitled some rights, you actually can have money that's dedicated to you to help you out with your medical expenses, your mental health expenses, all of those sorts of things. There's a separate set of, so there's 21 different enumerated crimes in 31-26-3. Let's see if I could find this other one. Crime victims' reparations is a separate statute contained in 31-22-1. And in Section 8, crimes enumerated, it is now down to 18 different crimes. I'd let the council know that robbery, you are not a victim of crime if you are a victim of robbery. Here, in the crimes enumerated in the crimes, the restitution section, even armed robbery is taken out. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Don't know why that is, but when it comes to an armed robbery, you are a victim of crime. You do get rights. We need to inform you about court dates coming up, all that. Are you entitled to money to help with your pain and suffering? You are not, according to the statute. For right or wrong, good or indifferent, doesn't matter. Now, when it comes to who it applies to, there's one other thing that we need to keep in mind, and that is 31-26-5. Exercise of rights and the requirement of a victim. If you are a victim of a crime, you have rights, but you have to do these three things. Number one, report the crime within 5 days of the occurrence, unless there's a reason for you not to. B, provide the district attorney with current and updated information regarding the victim's name, address, and telephone number. And finally, they would need to fully cooperate with the case. That allows you to be a victim of a crime, and then you get certain rights. When it applies, 31-26-6, when it takes effect, and that is by the formal charging by the district attorney's office. When does it end? When the case is completely over. So again, a lot of times what happens is we saw Officer Caruth, now Detective Caruth. Normally what happens is when a crime occurs, the officer files what's called a criminal complaint straight into the magistrate court. Now, according to this section, there is not a victim of crime yet, because this says when the individual is formally charged by a district attorney. Okay. So interestingly enough, again, for good or bad, for right or wrong, there is not a victim of crime until the charge is actually formally charged by the district attorney's office. And until final disposition, that's when the case is taken care of through plea or trial or otherwise. What it provides, well, that is contained in 31-26-4. Victims' rights. Now, hopefully you all received a pamphlet. If you look on the second page, second page, center column, what are your rights? Now, those are exactly the same rights in the same order that they appear in 31-26-4. You can see they have a right to be treated with fairness, timely disposition of the case, to be reasonably protected from the accused, notification of the court proceedings, and so on and so forth. That's on the second page in the middle. That is what the Act provides. Finally, how to apply the Act, right? So we've gone through what, when, where, how, everything else. How to apply the Act. Well, you could see that it's required that the victims get these rights, okay? We are in trouble. We can actually get in trouble. Our office can get in trouble if we do not abide by these rights. So what do we do? How it applies? Well, the district attorney's office has determined that it's best to have a separate person handle the victim's rights. Why is that? Because I'm on the phone with police officers, right? I'm on the phone with other witnesses, okay? Victims are one thing, witnesses are a different entity altogether. I'm dealing with the coordination of witnesses and officers to put a case together. The victim's advocate deals with the victims on a day-to-day basis. If they have questions, instead of calling the attorney, there's only 3 of them in Lincoln County entirely. Okay? 3 attorneys. Instead of calling us every time they say, when is our next court date? That's why we have a victim advocate. It's for them to do. With that in mind, folks, if you don't mind just a few other minutes, our victim advocate, Ryla Zamora, could let you know about what she does on a day-to-day basis. Unless you have any other questions about the statute, who it applies to, when it applies, unless there are any other questions, I'll turn
I just got one. I mean, I'm confused as all get out, but
Okay.
number one, it sounds like by everything that you led up with, are you even a victim until you're proven guilty?
Right. So
You said it has to be filed by the district attorney's office, and it has to be one of these few crimes here that's listed on this little pamphlet.
that's correct.
So once you say, yes, you are a victim at this point, so are you a temporary victim? And then if you're not, the guy's not found guilty, then it all goes away?
Great question. And the answer is, yes, you are a victim at the inception of the case, okay? That is not when officers file it in the magistrate or district courts. That is when the district attorney's office takes over. At that point, you are a victim until the conclusion of the case. Now, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned that some cases, people are found not guilty. Are you a victim at that point? Well, by statute, you are no longer a victim at that point because the case is completely over. However, I believe that that person was a victim throughout the pendency of the case. Does that help you out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, yes, sir.
No, on the CVRC stuff, it'll pay for counseling, funerals, a number of other things. Some of that money seems like it is needed way before a trial. Through no fault of your own, I'm not blaming you, but you guys don't move real fast sometimes. Things drag on. So do they not get any help when they may most need it?
Great question, and that is a concern. Not only, when you say you all don't move that quickly, I'm here to say the criminal justice system doesn't move that quickly.
Yeah.
If you're a victim of a crime, if it's a very minor case and it's in the magistrate court, they have a 6-month timeline. Normally, you'll get your misdemeanor case taken care of within 6 months. If it is a felony case, it'll take a year to 18 months to get through that case. I would rather have our victim advocate talk about what services are provided immediately upon inception of the case, because it is a concern, and I'd like to think that there are some services that we could immediately provide to folks.
That's a long time to wait for a funeral.
It is.
Yeah.
So, in the letter that I included in that packet, in the very last page, there's this big, long flow chart of how the criminal justice system works.
It's clear,
That might
too.
help kind of visualize why.
I'd get lost. I got lost over the first line, so.
So, to answer your question, CVRC is a different entity than us. They're their own little type of deal. As soon as we receive any of the victim information, whether it's in our office yet or not, for example, a murder case that's still being investigated, as soon as the officers give us that victim's information, I'll go out and I'll contact that victim and I'll give them all the information for CVRC, and CVRC will then, they review the applications and screen them out whether it's appropriate or not for them to get funds. And typically for like a murder case, for a funeral, they would get help right away. Sometimes before the body's even back, they can start getting the funds to, get everything brought together to bring their family member back.
And at that time, the victim is, if it's a murder, the victim would be the family of the person that is deceased.
Yeah, that's a good question. So typically, on a day-to-day basis, I'm calling victims of any of the enumerated crimes that we assist and letting them know of hearings coming up, any updates in their case. With a murder family, I would be calling their next of kin and anyone else that would like to be notified of the case.
So if I may, just to touch on this, who is the victim? Does that also include the family? A victim means, again, I'm going straight to the statutory definition. Victim means an individual against whom a criminal offense is committed. So there's only one normally. Now, in a murder case, victim also means a family member or a victim's representative when the individual against whom a criminal offense was committed is a minor, is incompetent, or is a homicide victim. At that point, a family member means a spouse, child, sibling, parent, or grandparent. So in a murder case, the victim becomes the family. If the victim is 30 years old, remember, a family member means a spouse, child, sibling, parent, or grandparent. So if there's a 30-year-old gentleman who is deceased, they may have a kid, they may have a sibling, they may have a parent and a grandparent. All of them qualify as a victim.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out. Yes, sir.
Not sure if I understood you right, but y'all don't do any CVRC money, you just notify the people of that?
So I give them the resources and point them in the right direction. Now, as far as being reimbursed, once we do get to the very end of this long flow chart and we get to sentencing, if the person's found guilty, we are able to ask for restitution from the defendant. But like you said, it's a very long process. So that's where CVRC comes in play, where they're able to help during the process of the court hearing.
But you guys don't administer those funds?
No, sir.
We do not.
So I have a question. How do you get this information out to the public about the services that you provide? Because listening to this, I can understand if somebody calls the police because they're a victim, or if they seek some of the other counseling services that are available in the community. But I also believe that there's a lot of people out there that are living in toxic relationships that are afraid to reach out because they feel that they need the abuser in order to continue living because of financial constraints and so forth. How do you get this information out to those people who may be able to confidentially reach out to you and find out what services are available to hopefully get out of that relationship and get away from that environment to go on to lead a happy life?
So mainly, we do get contact with these victims through the police agencies throughout all of Lincoln County. We do work very closely with COPE and the Nest and a lot of the counselors and some of the churches and other places. I brought a list of all the different resources we have, but we all work very tightly knit. That way we can refer each other, the victim, to other agencies to where most appropriate. Whether they need a restraining order or they want to make a police report, whatever they need, we work tightly with other agencies. Being with the district attorney's office, I'm not sure how we could maybe broadcast it more directly from us. So going through other agencies like COPE and the Nest, when they're broadcasting their services, they also help these victims get in contact with us.
What about social media? Because that, let's face it, Lincoln County, we have a local newspaper, and I say have, but it's not really local. And then radio station, we've got a great radio station, but not everybody listens to it, only Monday mornings when the mayor's on. And then, so we don't really have a way to get out, and it seems like social media, for better or worse, is the communication. That's how most people get all their truths and their information about Rumerdoso. But have you guys looked at using some type of social media platform? And the reason I ask is I administer like 4 different pages, maybe more, I don't know. And that's a way that we can get that information out to the public, because like I said, I really think and I know personally from my other work that I do, there's a lot of people that are in some pretty horrible situations that need to get out of there, but need to know that there are definitely resources, because they're afraid of calling the police, because once that investigation starts, that other spouse or live-in or whatever person it could be, could retaliate. And then at that point, it's just too late as far as they're concerned.
Definitely, no, I completely agree with you. We do have two separate Facebook pages. There's one completely for just the 12th Judicial District Attorney's Office, and then there's also one for the 12th Judicial Victim Services. And so we'll share stuff on there. And I know every year in April, aside from right now in COVID, we do have the National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and normally we'll do way more, public outreach type things during that week. We'll have a big event where victims can come and tell their story and meet other survivors and basically get other resources that they might not know that's available to them. So we do have those outlets, but, if you guys wanted to share on your radio show or on any of your Facebook pages, I don't think our office would have any problem with that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So does so wouldn't a police department, if you go to a place, a house or wherever we have victims, wouldn't we do PR work with this? We didn't know about it. I don't understand that.
Mayor, Councilor, yes, we do. Our officers carry pamphlets that we pick up from the DA's office. As you know, they're located within our office, within our facility, so it's a beautiful asset to have them there. The brochures are supposed to be kept by the officers, and now, of course, we got to ensure that that's being implemented by our supervisors, our first-line supervisors, that when we do go to a call, such as this victim, anything that's mentioned on there, yes, we don't consider everybody's a victim, but there's certain criteria, obviously, that DA's office has to meet in order for you to qualify as a victim advocate to receive some of this funding. But we do provide and we try to advertise that as much as possible.
Okay.
It's been, in my years, the experience I've got is usually people aren't aware of it until they actually have a loved one or somebody that's associated to become a victim. It's when they actually pay attention to it. So a social media platform is a good thing. I think the question is today is how are we sending it out to our people? How are we relaying the information? It's there. Are people paying attention? I really don't know until they become a victim of themselves or they have a family member that's a victim. But I hope that answers your question.
Chief, you said they're located in the police office over there?
Yes.
I never knew that.
How that occurred, but I imagine we have an agreement with the DA's office. You'd have to talk to.
Well, I just didn't know they were there.
It's been there for years.
Yeah, well, this question came to me, and it's actually from a lady from the administrative office of the courts, and I had never heard of it. Granted, I've only lived here 49 years, so I've been new. Nobody that I asked had ever heard of the CVRC or any of the, so Councilor Coughlin's idea, something to get the information out there to the victims might be a really good thing.
Maybe we can sit down and get some more brochures and have the officers start passing them out as we go. It's tough. It's difficult to get the word out. But again, I always go back to my experience. And when people aren't really interested in being a victim, what services are available until they are actually a victim themselves. So that's kind of how it's been. Is there a way to change that? Even if we put it on social media, or are people going to care, just pass by it, But when they do become victims, they realize the resources that are out there. And there's so many tremendous resources that are available by the DA's office. So, I don't have the answer, the magic answer to how we're going to get it out to our people, but it is a resource that is available.
I see funded pages for
How do you know if you're a
people
victim?
that have
Till they're
been
charged by the
murdered or
district
something, and their families are trying to raise money for the
funeral.
funeral. So it seems like clearly they should be able to get some of the CRDC money.
Mayor, Councilor, if you have a big case such as that, of course, the officer should be informing, of course, they got to do the police report, bring out the investigator, do the investigation. Things get to the DA's office. With that, it's distributed within the DA's office. Honestly, we need a victim advocate for this, so we should be providing brochures a lot more often and giving the
Yeah,
information.
something because, they knock on your door and tell you your son has just been killed. That's not a good time to have a discussion about this.
True.
The pamphlet might sit around a few days, but at least maybe somebody would see it.
I'll meet with the command staff and we'll try to get better on disseminating that information.
I have one more question. So let's just say that somebody's been murdered a month ago and nobody knew about this. Is there a time limit? I know that you said some kind of a time limit, but is there something that you could go back and say, hey, look, we did not realize there was the CVRC program. Can we find out about this?
Yeah, so to go back on your question and kind of combine it all together, in that packet I gave you guys, there was a business card in the very front that said 24-hour on-call victim
Yes.
advocate. So me and 4 other advocates in the office were always on call. The officers, along with the packets that they get from our office, they're able to call us at any point, and we can either respond over the phone with the victim, to the hospital, to their house, wherever we need to go, we'll respond and talk with those victims. And for example, a homicide case, like some of the ones we've had recently, we've responded right there with the officer to give that death notification to the family, and that's when we're giving them CVRC. Now, CVRC only covers a limited amount of money.
20 grand?
Yes, sir. And so sometimes those families need more, whether they're from out of town and they need to come back for things. That's not always covered in the amount that they're given. So some families do end up resorting to things like GoFundMe, and we do make sure that they have all their resources, and when we do see something on social media like that, we will reach out to the family and we ask them, hey, is everything okay? Are these resources helping
Okay.
you? Do you need help with any other ones? And sometimes that's the best resource that they can find is GoFundMe. Their family might be asking how they get help, and that's the best way to get help from their family members as well.
So the CVRC, you do not have to have a conviction?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is.
So, I mean, you may get a good lawyer and that guy get off, we've seen that before.
Yeah, so as long as we have the victim and a police report, that's all they need.
Okay,
Yeah, that's good.
good information, thanks.
Well, thank you all. That cleared up a lot of stuff for me. I appreciate the information.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
No problem. Thank you guys for listening.
And I'm embarrassed that I didn't know about this and didn't even know you guys were over there.
And it's not always a bad thing that you don't know we exist.
Well, and it's true. I don't spend a lot of time at the Pope shop.
Yeah, good.
Pope shop, so I like to stay out of there if I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
So this is where you get to shake the ADA or whatever's hand so that when you go to court and they're jury picking you, you can say, I do know this guy personally. So I've been there a few times. All right, well, thank you guys very much for that. Manager?
Mayor, I'm kind of going in reverse order, and, Ron is the individuals from the administrative office of the court's ready to present.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, I'm going to see, there's Scott Gerber.
Yes, sir.
Hello there.
How are you folks today, Mayor, Council?
The floor is yours to present.
Yes, sir. I think we provided an updated floor plan for everybody for your packets. I apologize for my voice. I have a vocal cord issue right now that I hope to get resolved soon. Anyway, just to let you know, the architects have met with Judge Lund, reviewed the plan. Our concerns basically with the floor plan that we had previously were related to the circulation paths that potentially would have the judge or your staff, our staff, crossing paths with the inmates.
Scott, can I interrupt for 1 second? Do you have access to share your screen?
I don't have something I can load. Do you not have the floor plan?
No, I don't have it here, that one pager. If you can, if any way you could,
That's Townsend track. That's what I was looking for. Do we not have that wrong? Because I haven't found it.
don't have that.
let me check real quick and I'll,
Ron, if you can email that to Eric, he's pretty proficient at sharing the screen.
okay.
Eric, can you share the screen if Ron emails that to you?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Eric. I apologize.
All right, Eric.
Now let's see how fast the email
It'll
works.
be there tomorrow.
You should get it by Friday.
Jeffrey, I just emailed it to you. Could you make some copies of that for the governing body, please? They're just small. It's very small. It's hard to see.
All right, do you want me to zoom in a little bit?
If you could zoom out.
Yes, please.
Yes, and then we'll,
Perfect, right? There you go.
and then we'll get some copies made also because it's very small.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scott.
So one of the basic differences that you'll see, the previous version had a single cluster of holding cells. And what we've done is split that so that there's one for the magistrate court as well as one for the hearing room. By doing that, we're able to segregate that circulation that I was speaking to earlier so that there's not an opportunity for the inmates to cross paths, potentially with staff or with the judges. This plan also allows for staff parking within the secured parking area to enter at the rear of the building, and that separates them from the public as well. Same with the judges. In addition to this, the architects have spent the last week working on additional drawings so that we can get back with our construction manager at risk, and that's Bradbury Stam, so that we can get the pricing updated as quickly as possible to confirm that we can move forward with the design that we are proposing. This plan's also been reviewed with Audrey Hukari at the district level, since it's our understanding that this facility will be shared occasionally as the district court, remote district court. Probably the biggest concern that we have right now are the enormous increases in construction costs that have come out of this COVID period. And so we're working diligently to make sure that we're on budget, to make sure that we can deliver the court as promised within the budget and with what we've been discussing. We've also had meetings with NMFA along with Daniel Alsop. We have a number of strategies there that we can discuss. And if you're interested in that information, we'd like to set up a separate meeting to do that.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Scott, this is Tim Dodge. Scott, can you talk to
Yes, sir,
the
Tim.
parking? We spoke about increase the parking spots, and has that been incorporated into the design?
Yes, sir, there are some studies that have been begun by the architects to modify the site plan to increase parking. There are a couple of those, and we should have those for you definitely by the time of your next meeting, but we'll probably want to discuss those with you prior to it, and hopefully we'll have results to bring to this meeting the next time rather than a discussion.
Thank you, Scott. And yes, you know, Judy, myself, and Ron, and any of the counselors that would be interested, we are interested in hearing more about the conversations and funding strategies, so.
Certainly. Tim, I'll send you an email later, you and Ron, and we'll try to set that meeting up at your convenience.
Thank you.
So,
Yes, sir.
Manager Dodge, have we discussed and answered any of those questions about the funding? You know, if construction is delayed?
Mayor, I
Yes,
believe,
sir.
I believe that's what Scott's referring to, the discussions with Daniel.
Oh, so it'll still be next month?
Yes, sir.
But yes,
Yes,
sir,
sir,
there are
John.
a number of strategies that are available to us.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is John Cornelius. On one of your schedules, I saw you've got about a 6-month construction plan. In these days, is that realistic?
It's a very aggressive approach. One of the things that we think will be to our benefit is probably a change in building type and structure type. Metal buildings have extremely high cost increases over the most recent 6 months. And that not only represents an increase in cost, but a huge increase in timeline. So what we're proposing is also a change in structural system that we feel will help that construction schedule as well. So we're still optimistic about that 6 months, and we should know more within the next couple of weeks after we've met with Bradbury Stam for additional meetings.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Looking at this plan, just so everybody knows, Ron emailed it to us, to everybody, right?
Yes.
So I've got it on my computer. There's one down near the bottom here, it says hearing/municipal court well. We're not putting municipal court operations in that building, right? Okay.
No.
I just want to make sure.
No, sir. What you're looking at is a plan that's being developed. This is a prototypical plan, and unfortunately, that's a note that's in that location that is erroneous.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have any questions for Scott, Mr. Gruber? Nope.
Scott, thank you for your presentation and hope you feel well.
I sure appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to getting my voice back. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
We definitely appreciate your time, Mayor and council members. We always thank you for the opportunity to provide these updates.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Dodge.
Mayor, moving on with the manager's report, I got Jasmine that's going to talk about a new program that we briefly discussed at the last meeting, Lincoln County Tours. So Jasmine?
Hi there, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am going to share my screen to give you some visuals of, can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Okay, good. Awesome. So we are gearing up to put together the Lincoln County Tours. We're also playing with ideas for the actual name of the tours. We are leading towards something that incorporates the Billy the Kid. So we've talked about Billy the Kid country tours, and we're working with the agency and their marketing team to kind of flesh out the branding and the final title of the tours. But the concept, and I think most of you have maybe heard, but we're going to be putting together 6 different tours throughout the entire summer. And these are for outdoor enthusiasts to enjoy what we have to offer in the county all summer long. We're including OHV off-road, as well as mountain biking, a motorcycle run, hiking, overlanding, and horseback riding. So the idea is that there will be 5 trails that each of these categories will have mapped out on our Discover Ruidoso widget. So they will be self-guided tours that anybody who is visiting the area can log on and take the tour while they're visiting. And so the other component is doing this in combination with a sweepstakes. So working together with some partners to give really big grand prizes at the end of the summer. And also with their registration fee, we're working with a local artist, Logan Flaherty, for 6 different designs on each of these categories. So for the OHV t-shirt design, it'll have, Billy the Kid hanging out on an OHV, versus for the motorcycle t-shirt, it's going to have a Harley with Billy the Kid kind of cruising the street, or, they're pretty close to being done with those designs, but each shirt will have a different design depending on its category. And again, these are self-guided tours, so anyone can hop on. They do not have to pay the $30 registration fee to participate. That's just an added bonus, again, to receive that t-shirt and to visit other local businesses that we will be partnering up with to give out different discounts, or, they're going to have a band playing at this location or another band at this location. And so we've kind of worked with, or are working and continue to work with local businesses to help us not only promote the tours themselves, but really kind of encourage folks to visit their location during these big weekends. And so, again, the tours will happen all summer long, but we've created one big summer each month for this. For each month, we'll have kind of a bigger push behind the tours where we're really going to push some entertainment at different locations throughout town, or again, throughout the county, because we will be partnering with folks from No Scum Saloon or Bonito Valley Brewing out in Lincoln. And so, again, creating those bigger weekends that folks have something to do and promote the tours with some smaller giveaways, but then really kind of bringing everyone back for the grand finale sweepstake giveaway in September. And so the idea is that they can complete these tours in a weekend. And so we've worked again with some of the experts within these different categories for different routes that we will be mapped out. So for example, the overlanding, which we originally were calling jeeping, but after talking to previous Chief Hooker, past Chief Hooker, he helped us develop these stops for the overlanding, which we now want to kind of change to calling it to not exclude any other outdoor enthusiasts. So also working with the equestrian group to kind of make sure that we're including the top 5 course trails, and with our partners over at Backcountry Attitudes to make sure that we've got some great OHV trails that are also going to be conducive for people who are trailering in. And again, having those kind of partners in town will really help us make sure that folks who are coming in that are maybe new to that type of category, they're picking up their t-shirt at that location so they can ask questions. For example, the OHV, there's some roads that they cannot ride on, or there's some ranchers that really restrict how fast they can go on those set roads. So when we have Lance and Jasmine kind of giving them those tips as they are getting ready to embark on their tour, that's only really going to help their experience while they're enjoying it. And again, working with the agency to really increase our marketing of this and getting people to know that we're hosting this throughout the entire summer. And we will be presenting to Lodgers Tax, to the Lodgers Tax Committee tomorrow for some additional funds to help make sure that this happens with our entertainment funds, marketing funds, and then the giveaway funds. So again, the idea is anytime you take this tour, you are entered to win the grand prize Polaris RZ R, or a Jeep, or specialized bike, whatever the category prize might be. And I think I covered most of the items, but I will stand for any questions if you all have any.
Mayor, Jasmine or Samantha, can you all talk about how we're using our analytical program to kind of determine weekends and then track the success as well?
Yes, absolutely. And Sam, do you want to speak on that part, or I can chime in? So really, we're going to be looking through what previous weekends we've all had discussions, whether it was in the Lodgers Tax Committee meetings or elsewhere, that we will really want to spread out those busy weekends. So by using the analytical tool that we have, we can kind of look back and see what dates may have not been the busiest, so that we are not creating too much and overusing our resources on a big weekend. So we are using that analytical tool to make sure that the weekends we select are going to be weekends that will be conducive for having a lot of people come into the county. We can also use that to inform us of where folks go after they're visiting certain areas. So that'll help us kind of working with our partners on what they can help us provide for some perks.
Just to add a little bit to that, mayor and council members will be able to use our mobile political data to benchmark where we were at past years during these weekends and how big of a draw that these tours were to help us measure success.
Yes.
Mayor, and one of the things I'm going to ask Zach to speak to is, oftentimes we're modeling this after, the motorcycle runs that you used to have and the giveaways for the poker runs. And there's always been the question of the legality of those type of giveaways. So we've been in contact with the Gaming Control Board, and I'm going to let Zach speak to that.
Thank you, Tim. Mayor and councilors, so a few weeks ago when Tim introduced me to this whole concept, it was brand new to me, and he asked me to look into whether or not, we could do this under the Gaming Control Act, and it immediately made me start quivering because I'm not familiar with that act, and every time I have to learn something new, it makes me a little bit nervous, particularly something that big. So I started looking at the act and mulling it over and trying to figure out what we could do or how we could do it. And then Tim called several days later and said that he had set up a meeting with the folks from the Gaming Control Board. And we had a Zoom conference with them, including their legal counsel, and they explained the concept of sweepstakes to us, which never occurred to me, and said if you set it up as a sweepstakes, you get out of, you don't have to comply with the Gaming Control Act. So Tim and those folks, and I think Ron was there and some other folks, just figured out how to set it up where sweepstakes, whereby anybody can sign up to win, and therefore it does not become a game of chance. So as far as the legality of it, I feel comfortable with it.
So, but counselors will have to stay out of it because you always do. We'd hate to avoid the appearance of impropriety. So how do you, Jasmine, the big prizes that was alluded to, how are those provided for? Do we know yet?
So you mean that's kind of what's included with our ask for lodgers tax?
So they would buy the motorcycle or the HO. I'm just thinking of prizes. You said big ones. Somebody did. So.
Yeah, they are grand prizes. So the idea is that with the funds that we get from lodgers tax, we would be working with partners. Like we have Champion Harley Davidson from Roswell that has already kind of looked at giving us a package deal on some prizes. So we would be able to purchase that at a wholesale price and then kind of have included as that grand prize giveaway.
Sweet.
Yes.
And there's several different things like, potentially a Jeep.
Correct.
A
bicycle.
HOV,
like
one of those Polarises or Canyon.
Or, we may consider approaching, that new business in town that just set up the customizing shop for Jeeps and, purchase some type of package from him so that we can help to promote some of the locals as well in the area.
Yes.
I have talked to Judy about those type of promotional items and lodgers tax, and she's pretty comfortable with it. We've also ran that by our auditor, I believe. So, we have fully vetted those processes. Our intent is to actually come back to the council with a whole financial package and kind of set up a similar process that we did with the WIBIT, of where money would go back into the recreation department to, look at these type of events, look at the trails and the outdoor assets that are being impacted, and then reinvest in those. And, one of the concepts that we've discussed as well is, looking at some of these, charitable activities like we're doing with the trails with the National Forest Foundation, and maybe designating a foundation that we can have an opt-in or an opt-out option for people to donate to various foundations, the literacy program, maybe, the violence against women, some of the other type of people that are out there and have limited means of raising funds that, some of these outdoor enthusiasts may want to, donate to. So really we're really trying to put on a program that is inclusive of the whole county, and then making sure that we're also benefiting all businesses and giving businesses here locally an opportunity to participate with us as well.
I think it's a great idea. Does anybody have any other questions for Jasmine or for Tim?
I just have something for the future, and it's not necessarily related just to this, but when there are presentations that are being shared on the screen, can we please get those ahead of time? Because all I could read is 5 days Jeep, and that was about it when you had that up on the screen. So if we can get those ahead of time, we can at least look at them on our laptop and be able to read what information.
It's not on your laptop?
Not that.
Oh, it's on everybody else's. I'm sorry.
I don't know where it's at.
Counselor, we'll get it to you.
I just skipped you again. No, I'm sorry. I was just pulling your leg. We will do that, Counselor Coughlin.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We will certainly do that, but you're right. We were all squinting on that, Jasmine, and I could see there was a lot of beautiful work put into that. We'd like to see it.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
I think
Yeah, we can definitely send those over.
I'm interested in just finding out where those 5 different places are to go riding, and I'll go out on my own at another time. But that's amazing. There's a lot of opportunities out there, and just getting that information out is amazing.
And Mayor, Council, there's certain weekends that we've identified that we're going to promote heavily, but anybody will be able to get the app and go out at any given time.
Sweet. I think it's a good idea. Okay. Thank you, Jasmine. And I know Rodney had his fingers in it too, but thank you, Tim. I know that was a big part of your idea. Next, please.
Mayor, it's just things like this that all the staff works on very well together. And, I just want to thank the council for coming over and visiting with me on the different pay plans that we're working out. We do have that ready. I've met with the fire department. They were the last department for me to meet with. And we have, the agenda item all worked out for next week for the pay plans for the employees. And, I think the incentives and the way that we're proposing that, employees will be able to see a progressive career opportunities within their departments. And I think that'll really be good for them to see. If any of you want to drop by and see the spreadsheets and the formulas that we put together, how they work, feel free to give me a call or come by.
You need to.
With that, Mayor, I just thank you for your consideration on that next week, and look forward to meeting with you and finalizing the budget. And, Judy has done quite a bit of work on that over this last 2 months, putting that together. So good job, Judy. Thank you. Mayor, with that, we have provided a pretty detailed manager's report. If you have any questions, feel free to give me a call, or if you have any questions for me now, I'll stand for questions.
Anyone?
Great report.
Anything? No, it was pretty encompassing.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on the workforce housing? I noticed that you put in there that they were looking, is that the same property that they were looking at before, or?
Samantha, I think it's
Mayor, Council, this is an additional property that is not hit the market yet, but it should be hitting the market pretty soon. So it is an additional property.
And we're trying to get an evaluation to see if it, where it would qualify on workforce housing tax credit program, or just whatever we could do to put it in that affordable range. So we're still working on it.
If you talk to anybody about market rate housing, that's a great piece of property.
No, we've got some people coming in that will be here next week that I'm going to talk to him. And then we've reached out, but we're actually looking at a RFP. Is this the proper time? I guess I'm talking, so it is, it's already out. We're going to put out, I think, an RFP to look for additional companies that are interested in this stuff, just besides Chelsea, and see if we can't get something reinvigorated. We do have, Samantha's done a good job and has identified some things that we're looking into. The Workforce Housing Commission is still diligently working, so we're making progress, and we just need to have, this time, this will be our third time at bat on this deal, so it's imperative, important, whatever other big words you want to use, that we get this one across the finish line to at least get our workforce housing issues straight, because it's not getting any easier, as we all know. Okay, is that it, sir?
property managers have like zero inventory.
Yeah.
Mayor, just in addition to that, I did receive I called Ira, the county manager, earlier, and he was actually in a webinar on the American Recovery Plan. As you know, the counties are receiving a direct distribution. And, he's wanting to open up some conversation of how we could potentially work together once we get our distribution and their distribution, because they're actually receiving, the county is receiving, quite a bit of money directly under the American Recovery Act. So there may be potential opportunity for us to work together with them. I know that they are interested. He did mention to me that they are interested in talking about consolidated dispatch again and bringing those resources together. So I think it's a good thing to at least discuss and see if there is opportunity to work together and whatnot. We should have our numbers, they kept telling us, but we ran into some problems on the electrical planning, and they had to come back and reevaluate the electrical system for the Horton complex. So, that's the last piece that we're waiting for so that we can get some good solid numbers for the consolidated dispatch and the courts, municipal courts.
Tim, anything else?
That building's a mess for electrical.
I think they ought to cut you off entirely. You want a separate meter and the other.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna rewire that entire place?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to.
The school district used to just go, oh, we need something, let's just tap into here. Where's the closest place we can tap into? So it's a mess.
All right, is that it, Manager?
Yes, sir.
So with that, we will not be in this room next month.
That's correct. We're going to be relocating over to the Horton complex for
Temporarily,
the duration of the Village Hall project.
until we get Village Hall back open. So we're all looking forward to that.
Yay.
So Mayor Crawford and members of the council, just, we do have for the next meeting, we do have a public hearing scheduled for this building, so we're going to work out the logistics on that. It's for a liquor license, for 2 liquor license applications / transfers, so we'll work out the logistics on that, how we're going to work all that detail.
Okay.
And that's coinciding at the same time that the Cattlemen's Association.
Yeah, that's when we'll be getting out of here. So that's letting everybody know that the convention center will be reopening. And we do have groups that will be coming in, so we're excited. All right, any last questions for the manager? Okay, we will move on and giddy up. And so we will start with reports from municipal officials. And I would like to start with Councilor Eby.
Well, I commend staff on everything they're doing, and they really are visionaries and definitely proactive in promoting the village, and not only the village itself, but the residents, the businesses, and just joining them together to just have a great environment and have a great village here as far as your businesses and the interaction between both. So with that, I'm just happy about everything that's happening and looking forward to the summer.
Awesome.
I'll give the rest of my time to Councilor Coughlin.
We always put him at the end of the line so everybody gets a chance. So we'll go with Councilor Lutterman.
Ditto for what Councilor Eby said, looking back over the past year, it's just been, actually, it's hard to believe it's been a year. We've been going through this for a year, but I think that with the great leadership that we've had with Manager Dodge and Assistant Manager or Deputy Manager Senna and Mayor and the Council, plus all of our directors and employees, I think that the village has done a great job, and I'm very proud. And so I look forward to the summer.
Well, and you have evidence of that, not just your say-so or mine, but you have the budget award, which we were, the community outreach state award that we got, not just from DFA, but from state. There were several other awards that we were recognized through the state for all the hard work and different things. And not to mention your GRT was there, your lodger's tax money was there. So we weren't perfect, but I think we did a pretty good job. We can always improve.
And I have to tell you that this morning I decided at 6:30 that actually about 20 after 6, I wanted my Starbucks. So I was tootling around and lo and behold, I met up with Rodney at 6:30 working at North Park. And so he works all the time.
He does work all the time. That's his hobby.
So, and had a crisis. I was looking at things last night on my laptop, and all of a sudden, my computer went dead. And so I called Ron early this morning and said, oh my gosh, I don't, and so I met Jeff up here, and he was wonderful and got me back going. And it was just a little.
Well, that's what we call him Fingers Ferguson, because he always knows where the little things are.
He goes, Counselor Lutterman, you just
Plug it in.
plug it in. So thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, summer is upon us. I get the questions almost daily from the grandkids, when is the pool going to open? And I try to show them on the calendar the 28th of May, but they're anxious to get in there now. But yes, staff has been doing an excellent job. I commend the fire department on their response to that fire at the condos over there on Ski Run Road. The response was good. Fortunately, nobody was injured, both firefighters or residents, but 3 structures really took off, and I don't know, I haven't heard what the cause was on that Monday morning. So according to my brother-in-law, the state fire marshal came in to do their investigation, so hopefully we'll find out about that. Happy to see that the highway department is overlaying Meacham, and I'm just wondering if they're just doing that section up to Western Auto. Is that all they're doing, Ron, or?
Midtown.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, they're only doing certain sections due to funding.
Because, yeah, Midtown, I mean, they just did 1 lane and then stopped, and then over by the swimming pool, they did 1 lane and then stopped. I didn't understand the logic of that, and it's but at least something is being done and getting striped all the way there.
Spent all their money on the road to Roswell. They're redoing that entire road.
It does look good. It is going to be good. Yeah. Just don't take your new car down it.
I'm glad it's moving on that, so. But other than that, I was looking excited to approve the pay plan at this meeting, so I'm holding it in. I have to wait a week, but that is an excellent plan as I reviewed it. A lot better than when I worked here, I'll tell you that for sure. But it's all in the good. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Cornelius.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like that tour program they're trying to get started. Somebody's put in a lot of work on that. On the capital projects, that any of you can tune in, I know Susan does quite a bit, Gary, on every other Thursday morning. We've got a lot of stuff going. They're making pretty good progress on relining the sewer. If they haven't disrupted traffic in your neighborhood, they're headed your way. And it's a good thing. So, my only other, to Josh and the road department, guys, I got a call today, an unusual call today. They complimented us on the work you guys have done in Carrizo Canyon, so good
There you
job.
go.
Yes.
Don't get those often.
No, you don't.
So, only other things I hope we're prepared for stone zombies.
He's referring to the mayor's wonderful, professionally done interview on KOP TV.
It was a good
That
one.
was great.
All right.
Thank you.
I didn't say stone zombies, I said zombies, just zombies, so. But I guess the implication was stoned. All right, Councilor Jackson. Oh, we're just skipping right over him because he'll blab it on, blab it on.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to first of all express a real concern and now less of a concern that we've gone turquoise for business recoveries in Midtown and really everywhere, especially in the restaurant trade. This has been a noose around their neck and as a group for retail, and I'm glad to see that it's lessening. And I see more people out, and I see when I know I can kind of judge how well they're doing when I can't make a left turn, and so it looks like we're there. The other thing is really a shout out to administration for the strict fiscal management of the public purse through COVID. There are many communities that are hurting a great deal right now and are trying to dig themselves out. And I don't think that needs to go without saying. Also to the Griego Parks and Rec Department, which seemingly has so many projects I have trouble keeping up with them, but I am really impressed with what they're looking at in terms of the master plan with White Mountain Recreation Area, especially when they're going to look at the dog park. The last one is the Department of Transportation with the sidewalks in Midtown and Eastward. That was so vitally needed, and Councilor Letterman had brought that to our attention many months back. And having walked it, I realized how anyone that was ever with a cane or disability could ever get through there was an impossibility. And now it really looks like it's modern, safe, and it's welcoming to the community.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, Councilor.
Okay, well, now's the time if you have to
I didn't
go
say
to the
comment.
restroom, go now.
Yeah.
I better go then. Hey,
So in addition to, Susan, you talked about the support services that Jeffrey provides for the village. And we've got a bunch of great people in our departments and so forth, but we also have some great contractors and Systems MD. I mean, those guys, they get on something and they just get it taken care of so quick. The knowledge and looking at their webpage and the amount of experience they have. I had an issue with Outlook tied into our village email system, and they went in and they just separated my Outlook into two separate accounts for me. So now I don't have that problem, and they just made it look so simple. But the one thing that really has happened since our last meeting, and I think it's only been a week or two, is the state came out that they're restoring the requirement for those receiving unemployment benefits to actually be looking for work. Now, whether they follow up on it, whether they have the manpower to do it, I do not know. But it's been an issue. Some states, they're already starting to remove the additional $300 a week benefit there. And as we open up more and more, and the governor's saying that we could be fully open in June if we hit the 60% vaccination rate, the biggest problem that's going to hold back our economic driver is lack of applicants.
Yeah.
I mean, if you talk to anybody who has any employees, including the village, which we have some really great paying jobs, and we have difficulties filling those positions. But that's a problem, and we need to get people back into work. It's not a simple answer, but to take care of that, because then as people get back into work, they need daycare. But daycares are limited in their capacities because they can't get the people to come in and work. So we just need to get people back in. If you are currently unemployed, I recommend you go out and get a job now, because once this starts hitting, the competition for jobs is going to go up. And right now is a great opportunity to get your foot in the door, get back into the workforce and get moving. The other thing is for all of our citizens and our visitors as well, I want to remind them that as they're visiting the many fine establishments we have within the village, please be patient, because everybody is looking for additional help. You may have a little bit longer wait at your favorite restaurant. You may be standing in line a little bit longer to buy items at the grocery store. The shelves may not be fully stocked. Everybody that is working their tails off as much as they can to get everything taken care of for us. But please be patient. It's not going to be the way it was a year and a half ago before COVID. It's going to take us some time to get back there. It's not a problem just in New Mexico. It's across the entire country. I talk to people every couple of days from across our entire country, and they're all having that same issue. So please be patient. Come enjoy the village. Go out and start enjoying things that we've taken for granted and we haven't been able to do for a while. But just be patient in the process. So that's it. You can all come back in from the rest of your.
Yeah. And you said may have long lines. May. I think you need to change that to shall.
Well, yeah. I mean, some businesses are closing up at 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Because they don't have enough
Because
staff.
they don't have enough. They're closing down 1 or 2 days a week. Don't go on Facebook and go, what's wrong? I'm calling this place and they're not answering the
Yeah.
phone. Well, they're probably closed because the people can only work so many hours a week.
Right.
But yeah, May it's more than likely. Is that better?
It's more than likely.
More than likely, it's going to be a problem. And hopefully that we can get this taken care of sooner than later, and get moving on.
All right. My buzzer didn't go off, so you have done real well.
How much time do I have?
Yeah, well, you had a little more time. We're not going to discuss it. All right. Well, thank you, council, for putting in your 2 cents. I appreciate that and all the work that you do. Y'all do a lot of work with the pay plans and all the other things that we ask you to look at that we need help with. You guys do a tremendous amount for the community, so thank you. All right, we'll move on into the public hearing portion. And in compliance with the Attorney General's Office mandate, recording the Open Meetings Act during COVID-19 state of emergency, the governing body will accept public input via email at clerk@ruidoso-nm.gov. Public comments must be submitted no later than 2 hours prior to the meeting and will be distributed to the governing body members for review. I didn't receive any. Y'all didn't either, so Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, the clerk's office did not receive any public input on either item that'll be under the agenda for public hearings.
Okay. All right, well, we will move on to item number 1 under public hearings. And I would like, before we start, because of the quasi-judicial portion of this, if the counselor, otherwise known as Zach Cook, would explain to us all again the quasi-public hearing.
So the quasi-judicial procedure, mayor and councilors, is when you are going to make a decision in your capacity as an adjudicated body rather than as you normally are as a legislative body. When you're acting as a legislative body, you're passing laws that are generally applicable to everybody within the boundaries of the village. Today, you'll be sitting as a quasi-judicial body where you will be making a decision based on one particular individual property. And because of that, I should probably ask too, does anybody have any sort of personal gain that they could acquire from voting one way or another on this matter?
No.
No.
No. Okay, good. We need to establish that. But that's essentially it, and it's all about fairness to the applicant, fairness to the other people that have had an opportunity to speak. I just heard that nobody's taken advantage of that, and I don't believe anybody's in the room to do that. But it's all about making sure that you're fair. So if there were opponents here, they could cross-examine him, and if anybody testified, he could cross-examine them, just to sort through all the facts to get you all the right information so that you can make the decision. So that's my spiel on the quasi-judicial procedure.
All right, everybody got it? All right, thank you. Now we'll turn this over to Samantha Mendez, Community Development Director. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Today we have before us our quasi-judicial public hearing for final development plan to operate an outdoor recreation activity within a 5-acre tract known as the James Townsend Tract 1A located at 525 Resort Drive. This has been heard before the Planning Commission. He was approved to be zoned as a commercial PUD. That zone change has already taken effect. We did not receive any appeals on that case. He also was approved.
What was the vote on that?
I don't have how they voted. It had to have been by 2/3.
Right, that's what I was double checking.
And so that is the requirement for the zone change. I don't remember how everyone voted. That was held last year.
Yeah.
This has been going on for quite some time.
I think the main point was the 2/3.
Right.
Make sure it was in accordance.
Compliant, yeah.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem was within the compliance with Chapter 54. They also approved the preliminary development plan. In the final plan, does not go back to P&Z. It only is heard by the council. And so we're here today. There has not been any significant changes to what was proposed with the preliminary. I did take the time to go through the code and mark his compliance with the sections in which his development is unique, that there won't be any infrastructure laid or buildings constructed. But after going through the checklist, he has complied with the minimum standards of our code. In addition, during the last public hearing, it was requested that we had more information regarding the traffic on Resort Drive, in which I used our analytics software to get the average daily counts in front of his property. And after analyzing that and showing what it would be increased at 20%, 50%, 75%, and 100% increase, I do feel that these increases would not be inappropriate for this type of a street, which would be classified as a collector. We have the speed limit at 25 miles an hour, and it connects to other local resident streets. And I think that having the lower speed limit is a good way to balance safety, mobility, and the economic impact to the area. And this would allow for a safe access point to the proposed outdoor recreation site.
Let me stop you there, Samantha. When you were doing this count, what days of the week or what time period did you take the count on?
It's not a time frame. It gives you the average daily counts for Resort Drive.
So for a year, this is an average daily count?
It's 3 years.
Back 3 years.
Yes, sir.
See, they can go back 3 years, and, last year, we thought we probably saw a huge increase because of COVID and the access.
Right.
And then the
So
WIBIT was before that.
Okay, that's good. And then are we looking at bringing the speed limit back down to 25?
That's what it's currently set
No,
up.
it's 35 right now.
Oh, it's at 35?
I don't know when that changed, but it's been 30 up to the lake from Grindstone, Canyon Road up to the lake. It's 35 miles per hour. So from Wiggins Way, you go up about 100 feet, then it says 20, because I believe Mark Dott was the one that wanted to slow down traffic there. But when you're coming out of the lake or the treatment plant, it's 35. So that's what's always concerned me on that speed limit increase. And again, I don't know when that happened or how that went. So, but anyway, so I'm all for it. We need to change that back to 25 miles per hour is what I'm getting at. Unless the council wants it 35, I don't know.
Well, my question, Samantha, would be at 35 miles an hour, do you think that's adequate for safety? Or do you think that 25 is the number?
I do believe 25 would be a more appropriate speed limit for that area.
Yeah.
I agree, it should be changed back then.
That's what I'm hoping for. And okay, thank you.
So with that, we did have a plat created to depict dimensions. I know that was a concern as well as far as him having enough parking on site for his proposed activities. That was distributed to you all. He has since had per the code, it requires the signatures and to have him file it with the Lincoln County clerk. And so he has one that's, it's not blurry like the one I printed from you all. That was just a scanned image that I had received back in April. Sure. He brought copies for you all.
Right there by Rodney's office.
This is in line with our comprehensive plan to promote outdoor recreation.
Starting over here, because I'm the one that's gonna want one worse. There's only 4 extras, so you guys will have to share, but these are.
I got this one.
These worked on these this morning. These, when they printed, they came out blurry. And they're.
This would be good for me.
And we've got it here too.
Yeah, but I appreciate that.
This is a little better one, and this will be the one that I'll get signed and take into, the clerk's office.
Just a little bit different detail.
That concludes my analysis and report, but I would like to give Mr. Townsend an opportunity to discuss his business plan that was presented to you all.
Mr. Mayor, I should probably swear Mr. Townsend in.
Yes.
You affirm that the testimony you're going to give today will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, counselors, thanks for listening to me today. The business plan here, my write-up, I was able to do quite a bit of research. I know last time we met, there was concerns that it wasn't precise enough. As anybody that's spent much time in Ruidoso knows, though, the weather can change rapidly. I mean, even here in March, it was 70 degrees one day and then it snowed the next day. With this outdoor recreation, I would like to be able to be flexible and make changes according to the weather and the day-to-day activities and which type of people are in town. There's a lot of information out there that only 50% of all businesses make it through the first 5 years, especially in a seasonal tourism and recreation business like this when weather impacts. A flexible business plan is very important. When you go on, the concept is primarily a family-friendly activities targeting those with young children so they may enjoy plentiful outdoor recreation and fun in the playground of the Southwest by providing safe, affordable, family-friendly outdoor activities on the Grindstone Family Fun Park, also known as Track 1A James Townsend. Our target audience will primarily be families with small children. There'll be year-round accommodations. There's nothing going to be permanent in nature, but we will try to have a picnic area, bathrooms, and offices all year long. Parking. According to Samantha's numbers, she figured that there was closer to about 100. I think somewhere closer to 200, but there's also room for oversized vehicles, RVs, stuff that normal people travel the mountains in. So I do feel that there's at least parking for 100. There's already gravel parking lot there. Some of the flexible activities, warm weather would be petting zoos, bounce house, slides, frisbee golf rentals and sales, and fishing equipment rentals or sales, and then also guided tours. For the colder seasons, still like to do the petting zoo, bounce houses, slides, possibly do the pumpkin patch, hay rides, and Christmas tree sales. We'll also be geared where we can change and do seasonal events such as Easter egg hunting, trick-or-treating, a winter wonderland, sleigh rides with Santa. As far as the competition in the area, there's nothing close at all. Mayhill is the closest area that's Runyon's petting zoo, and I don't know how long it takes to get there, an hour and a half maybe. I know local families that do take small children all the way from Ruidoso to Runyon's. There's also a corn maze in Las Cruces. There's a zoo in Alamogordo, a zoo in Roswell, a zoo in El Paso, and Wet and Wild. That's only a summer activity. There's not a lot of activities in Ruidoso for small kids. There's a lot of things for bigger kids, but I have a daughter that's 6, and I wouldn't take her to Grindstone without having a leash on her. and I've been to go-kart tracks my whole life, and now that I have a 6-year-old, I'm like, we're wearing helmets and knee pads at all times. There's a lot of information out there that supports this. As far as year-round activities, you can follow on vindhq.com. That website also recommends to find unique niches to your area, which stuff like Santa rides and pumpkin patches is something that would be a unique niche to this area. And then also trying to design special things during the off seasons. From Orly.com, they recommend attracting locals, which also all this meets the comprehensive plan and is also recommended by the vote. When what's in the comprehensive plan, the locals wanted more activities and more outdoor recreation and more family fun, affordable activities. So I think it's a win. I think it'll be good, and I think it'll be good for everybody.
Okay. Samantha, is there anything else?
No, that concludes everything we have. Jeffrey, are you able to see if there's anybody on the meeting that would like to speak for or against this? We mailed everybody within 200 feet and also published in the Ruidoso News of the public hearing, and so they have the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Townsend.
Smith, and nobody in chat, I don't see anybody trying to get my attention, so I'll say no.
Okay, give it just a few more seconds.
But I'll have a question for Mr. Townsend. Since everything's moving in and out, on the restroom and office trailer, will you have utilities off your well and septic to dispose of the sewer and then also supply water to the facilities?
There's water on the property that I can supply water to, and there is a sewer line that's through the property that we can attach to, which was kind of the long-term plan, but for the first season, especially since we're already in May, trying to do whatever is most cost efficient and get a better feel of how it needs to be done. But yeah, that's the long-term plan.
Okay,
There's power and water and sewer on that property already.
okay.
Mayor, excuse the interruption, but just procedurally, did you open the public meeting?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and open it and just check one more time.
Okay, procedurally, we'll open up the meeting to the public. If there's anyone out there or in the building today that would like to comment on that, please raise your hand on Zoom.
And if not, you can go ahead and close the public meeting.
Nope.
Public
I
hearing.
don't see anybody, nothing. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close the public meeting. Thank you, Counselor, for reminding me. And now then, I think at this time, we would, if the council has any questions.
So, Mr. Townsend, are you anticipating initially and at some point later on building permanent restroom and office facilities possibly? But are you looking at putting in like porta potties for the usage?
For the first season?
Right.
Yeah, for the first season, yes.
So there wouldn't be any need to connect to the sewer line at
Correct.
this point? Okay. So I would say that, the lack of input from the public on this is testament to the hard work that you put into on this since the last time we met. The people that had been communicating to me with concerns about your project, you've met all of their concerns. And I congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
And I think that, the plans that you've presented and the maps and all that stuff is right up there. And you've done, I can tell it's been a lot of hard work that you've done. And I thank you for that. And I'd look forward to taking a vote on this if nobody else has any questions.
I do. Jesse, on the bouncy house, are those gonna just like deflate and just lay on the ground?
Yes, ma'am, they do. And there's, truthfully, that won't be the first season. There's a 90-day process through the state permitting process for that. So considering we're May already, it wouldn't, I mean, maybe by the fall we could get them up and going, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out right now.
There's big mounds of dirt that I guess you were gonna do something earlier. Is that all gonna be leveled out? Because,
That's for a dry weather slide, a summer slide. And at this moment, I'm not sure that I want to use that mound of dirt the way it is anyway. So I don't know if that's something to be discussed. We can discuss it, but.
okay.
If I may, Counselor, I think what you're saying is it's the questions I get and the comments I get from people around there, they see it as an eyesore and they just didn't want to see a bunch of deflated this or stuff that's laying out there during the week when it's not in use. And that if it's not being used, is it going to be straightened up, cleaned up if they have to drive by and look at it? Is that what you're asking? I'm not want to put words in your mouth. But that's kind of what she was asking, I think, is that mound of dirt going to stay there unused? Is it going to be worked on? Is it part of your plan? Because it's just the aesthetics of it, I think, is what.
It is part of the long-term plan and it will be used and we'll make some grass grow on it or do what we need to do to make it have more eye appeal.
Good luck getting grass growing.
Yeah. Okay, anyone else? Nope. Okay. Well, then, if that's the case, then I think that get a motion to approve the final development plan.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll move to approve the final development plan to operate outdoor recreation activities within a 5-acre tract known as the James Townsend Tract 1A, located at 525 Resort Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
Okay, any other final discussion? Okay, roll call, please, sir.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
No.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
All right, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Townsend. I know it was a long, hard road, like the song says, but I appreciate you sticking with it. Look forward to it. Okay. We will move on to the next item.
What's that?
And then is item number 2. And if we can get through that one, then we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, item number 2 is new restaurant beer and wine license with on-premises consumption and patio service only for the VOR Witt LLC to be used at the business known as Witt's Branding Iron, located at 390 Sutter Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico, 88345. And if you hadn't eaten there, the barbecue is good, very good. So at this point, we would need to discuss it with Mr. Sena, village clerk.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, VOR Witt has applied for a new restaurant beer and wine license with on-premises consumption and patio service. And this will be used as a business known as Witt's Branding Iron, located at 390 Sutter's Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico, 88345. The applicant also is requesting a waiver as the premises is located within 300 feet of the nearest church, and they do have within that packet a letter from 2 of the churches there that have signed off and have given consent and approval to apply for the license, liquor license. And I'll stand for any questions, and I also have representing the restaurant is Sandy Witt, which will be joining us.
Okay. So we have a waiver from Gateway Church. And you said there were two churches?
The Methodist Church.
Oh, the Methodist.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. And
Just right out. Because I thought that too. And it's like,
Want to open it up?
Yep. Okay, and at this time, we'll open it up to the public. So at this time, I invite the public or anyone that's in the building to ask any question, voice your support or your not support. So, Mr. Ferguson, did you see anybody raising their hand? Nothing?
I do not. I do see Sandy Witt on there, though.
Okay, well, we'll ask her for her comments here in just a minute. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we did not receive any public input regarding this business item in this public hearing.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to recognize Sandy Witt. If you would like to say something, Ms. Witt.
I just would like to say we'd like to get this and move forward. We've been at this for quite a while trying to get it all processed and everything, but it sure would help out with all the COVID stuff that's going on.
Correct. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, this is the easy part. All the other stuff you've had to go through, and those of us that have had liquor licenses have been down this road. And I can tell you it's much simpler and quicker today than it was 10, 15 years ago. It was crazy. Does anyone else have any comments? Okay, well, we'll close the public portion of this. And if we can get a motion, we'll move this thing on along.
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Mayor Crawford?
Yes.
May I just interrupt for 1 second? May I ask, also in the motion, on the waiver also, granting the waiver?
Yes, the
Okay,
waiver from the two churches.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve new restaurant, beer, and wine license with on-premise consumption only and patio services for J Bar S. Witt LLC to be used at the business known as Witt's Branding Iron, located at 390 Sutters Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico, 88345, and to approve the waivers of the two churches.
From the churches.
Sorry. Second.
Second. Okay, any other discussion? Roll call, please, sir.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius? Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. Good luck. Hopefully you'll have that by the weekend, you know, your beer and wine delivered.
That's awesome. Thank you.
All right. And if there's no objection, we'll take a 5-minute freshening break, and we'll see you back here in 5. Call my wife. She's been out of town for a week. No, because the dog walked around the house all the time. I'm like, where's she at? And then it's like, well, who's gonna vacuum this up? And it's me.
We could do I don't know.
You didn't ask. You just said it was too late.
Jeffrey.
You know, the good thing is that becomes a
Whip that out just like that.
we have to keep
Most everybody in this room.
Okay, good deal.
people to run.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
No, because I
saw you at Village Hall right before we went over there.
Yeah,
Your body
I got a
language
call,
did not
had to go
indicate
meet
that
with
at
Tim, and then went over there, I was only there for like an hour and a half.
Munchies off. Getting ready for that marijuana bill. Getting ready for the marijuana bill. Thank you, sir.
So confusers.
Finally getting started.
That was good.
Did you happen to notice, was there stuff up on the stage at the gym?
A couple of it, looked like a cleaning bucket and. Not much, though.
Okay.
Happy late birthday. I like your profile picture, that's hot.
This is all
Is it?
Pillow guy.
Oh, the pillow.
I'll do those.
He's feeding the animals.
You think we're gonna be here so long we need dinner?
Of course.
Munchies break out, I better grab the water. So Randy, I have a question for you. I saw posted on the village website, they're hiring a chief plant operator. Are you leaving?
So, the one today was specifically for the cannabis, adding the commercial cannabis into Rico, but, the counselor, you, me, myself, and Zach wrote it. We only included the definitions and then allowed it in all of the commercial zones except C3. So when we got to the PNC, they wanted.
It'll be 11 years plus I've had it.
Like
37.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they're all at mostly.
I
So,
don't know, I'm contemplating, I'm probably gonna move back to
that's
Christmas.
whenever
My daughter.
it was advertised, right? It wasn't advertised as also taking out a C2, so now we're gonna take it out.
Well, yeah.
Talking about a survey, but
Well, that's good to hear, because I thought you
It's
were
coming
leaving.
along pretty good too.
Yeah,
I have it
good. I'm glad to hear that.
to the zoning code for this one. That was all we struck, or we added to.
On the minimum lot size. Came up on the restaurant.
Oh, for the bubble bending? Yeah,
And on
that'll be for the chapter, yeah, for JR's, laws. Yeah, no, that's gonna be in the chapter 54 rewrite. I don't have anything from that, but we are trying to set up a steering committee. Would you like to be a part of it? Okay, we're looking for 12 to 15 people, and you can think of maybe 11 more. But, so I just, oh no. This only was adding in the definitions for the state statute. They need a lot of changes. There's so much work. So they want to come down, middle of next month and bill us, and then there's another, man, I can't think of his name, but he's new to Site Southwest, so he's the one that runs on. But, so I just got it last night, like, for Ashley, I cannot believe all the sun. Yeah, we went Thursday, so, we went Thursday at midnight, and Alaska. I flew to Eugene, so we went Albuquerque, Seattle, and then Eugene. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. This was like 5 hours and 45 minutes or something. It wasn't bad, but I got back pretty late yesterday because I spent the day in Eugene. How far is Eugene from? It's a small airport, I like it. Yeah, I think it's about an hour and a half. Signage, it just looks kind of tacky, that Cape Campus and all the billboards.
I guess that's not for art festivals. Oh my God, I feel, it feels better in here. I'm fine. I'm gonna come with my boots and my muck-lucks.
Those people have their own.
Poor Jesse, it made me angry. Being cold made me angry.
Yeah, he ain't gonna leave, because he's gonna stay in Big Brother shadow.
I just got the email with one case of leaky county. That's good. I know it is. I don't know why our cases are spiking.
I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, they're looking for the cat. I was going to do this. I've been like, well, I don't think
It was his boyfriend.
It wasn't until Boyd had said it, he broke it down real slow for me.
Well, good.
Yeah, probably there. Well, ours here, that, great one.
So I don't know if that was.
It would, it really would. And I think it's on a federal level. Oh, it's absolutely. I think it's coming. It's just a matter of time.
Oh.
Yeah, they make it work. I think eventually it'll all just catch up.
Oh.
Commodity.
Yeah, we were on this morning for a bit.
There you go.
Yeah.
I saw it. You want to work on it tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, we have.
And so,
Finger party, are you ready, buddy?
Start the recording.
You need to get a remote so you can just push it button.
Okay. No signal. Go ahead. We're on? Yes, sir.
Says no.
It's a different video than usual. Welcome back, everyone. We had a little break. We are now at regular item number 1.
You want to let Jeffrey know where?
It says no signal.
We're not on.
Jeffrey told me it's good.
We've had this before, I think it's just the signal going to that TV.
That's right. And you just came up and plugged in the
Right,
cord.
just wiggled something.
Yeah, somebody wiggle something over there.
It was probably Roger.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do item number 1, discussion and possible action on adoption of resolution 2021-21, a resolution establishing fees for use of parks and recreation facilities and for services associated with the parks department. Yes, sir, Mr. Griego.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, the resolution before you today is the annual resolution for adoption of park fees. The changes this year and the changes and additions are all associated with parking fees with Grindstone Lake. And so we have added a no-cost pass for veterans and active duty military, a $10 seasonal pass for locals, $20 annual pass for New Mexico residents, and then, for Lincoln County residents, sorry, and then a $30 pass for New Mexico residents. That's the only, again, changes or additions to the resolution this year. I'll stand for any questions that you may have regarding those changes.
So if I put Texas plates on my car, I don't pay a fee? Or maybe just put.
You know what?
Change that state of New Mexico.
I think I made a mistake. There should be a $10 per vehicle fee in there that's missing.
Yeah, the other one is season.
Oh, okay, yeah, these are for
Those
season
are all the
passes.
season passes,
Okay,
but
I
the
get it.
daily entry pass is actually missing. Thanks for bringing that
But
up.
for a daily pass, it would just still be $10.
Yes, sir.
For anybody.
No, you've got that down at the bottom.
Is it? Okay.
It says daily parking permit, daily.
Okay.
$10.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna charge parking at Aldo?
So, it actually is not broken down by, I don't think it specifically says Grindstone. Does it specifically say
It
Grindstone?
does say Grindstone.
Okay,
The other one
that is also another mistake. Because we wanted to entertain that because of the amount of activity. I mean, this past year, we actually had to, patrol it every weekend. We staffed it with at least 2 to 3 personnel every weekend through the summer, so we did want to add that. So I would like to consider changing that to both Grindstone and Alto for the $10 pass, as well as the other passes.
citizens in here? I'm trying to find it out.
We did not enter one for senior citizens.
Rodney. Mayor Crawford, Rodney, can you try to get the volume up a little higher on that? And Jeffrey left for a second, but they're having trouble hearing. Jeffrey, can you have them see if you can increase that volume on that microphone?
Can't do nothing on that right there, Roddy.
It doesn't say senior citizens, but if it's a local senior citizen, it's $10 for the seasonal parking permit. Just like anybody.
And ultimately, the passes are not really for the individual anyways, it's for the vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, most people get grandpa out of the house a little bit more.
Okay, so Rodney, I know at the workshop, I had questions, the advertising for KRUI.
Yes, sir.
Because according to this, we're not charging to create the ad,
That is correct.
but is there a minimum number of ads that are required?
There is not, and what I did speak with staff, and the ads are relatively easy to create. When I asked them, they said at the longest, it takes 15 minutes to create an ad. Typically, it's either the individual recording it, and then it takes the sound engineer just a few minutes to clean it up, or he records it on their behalf as well. But it's a relatively easy process at this stage for recording the ads.
So there's no discount or better pricing if I purchase 100 ads, or if I just buy one?
I don't believe there is. And the price is per airing of the ad.
Because I know typically, from a marketing standpoint, is if you purchase a big bulk number of ads, in order to get you there, they reduce the fees a month.
And I would say the more that we are selling ads and implementing this, that we should look into that, but at this stage, we haven't had a lot of demand.
Adjusted at a later date.
Yes. And again, we'll be evaluating this on an annual basis for the fees, so.
I don't think you can do it much cheaper.
No, but we need to get some cows on there.
Some talent?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially Monday mornings.
Monday mornings, especially for me. Tune in to find out why.
I thought it was a comedy show.
No, it's just funny listening. It's not that good.
Put your cup in here, please. Okay, does anybody have any other questions of Brother Griego?
Very good, Rod.
Okay, can we get a
Motion.
motion to adopt?
That we adopt the resolution 2021-21, a resolution establishing fees for use of parks and recreation facilities and for services associated with the Parks Department.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any final discussion?
Can we amend that motion just a little bit to include parking permit to be both Grindstone and Alto?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you accept that on your second?
Yes.
On your, okay. Okay, so we have it clear. Roll call, please. Mr. Senna?
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin, Counselor Cornelius, Counselor Salas, Counselor Eby.
All right.
Thank you.
Another one for Mr. Griego. Item number 2, discussion and possible action on adoption of resolution 2021.
Mayor,
Number 3.
that's the one that
Yeah, we moved that one, I'm sorry. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on agreement with the National Forest Foundation to allow customers to make voluntary contributions through an opt-out mechanism of $1 with a parking ticket and an opt-in mechanism of $5 with a season pass purchase. to support projects implemented via NFS's Ruidoso Stewardship Fund in the Lincoln National Forest and adjacent public lands. Mr. Ryder.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, again, this is an annual agreement that we are proposing with the National Forest Foundation. I do have, I believe, Rebecca Davidson available on Zoom with some information regarding the program, funding, criteria for selection of projects, and I would like to turn it over to her if she's available.
Absolutely.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. I'm not sure, do I show up on your Zoom screen?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, I'm Rebecca Davidson. I am director of the Southwest region for the National Forest Foundation. And so my focus area is Arizona and New Mexico. And I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you about the opportunity to renew our fund with the Village of Ruidoso. I do have a short presentation, which I'm happy to share, and I didn't get it to you guys ahead of time, so hopefully you can see what I'm presenting on screen. Let me go ahead and bring that up here quickly.
Well, we got one presentation.
Yeah, Rebecca, it's Jackson.
Yeah.
We have a copy in front of us.
Oh, perfect. I'm glad to hear that. And this presentation won't take long, but I am excited to be here to talk to you about where we've been in the last year and where we hope to head with what we're calling the Smoky Bear Stewardship Fund, and in partnership with the Village of Ruidoso. The original idea behind the fund was, of course, pre-pandemic, and we were working with the village and other folks in the community to bring on other partners to build support for the effort through which we would be collecting voluntary micro donations. This was mentioned earlier. And when customers, for instance, go in to reserve a bike, or in this case, park at Grindstone Lake, or perhaps buy a beverage at a restaurant, a micro donation would be pooled by the National Forest Foundation, and then we would pool those funds and turn them around for the support of recreation-based projects and or forest health-based projects on national forest lands in the surrounding area, or across boundary in and around the Ruidoso community. The way, again, that it works is that we would pool the partnership dollars. An individual agreement is signed with the same kind of agreement that we have with the Village of Ruidoso. We match and manage those funds, and then we implement projects on the ground. And the key here is that all of the funds stay local. We work with you all directly to pick those projects and to get those projects implemented. Again, the idea largely is to improve safety, access, and sustainability of trail and forest resources. In the last year, again, this was pre-pandemic, we worked with Rodney and the village and others to develop a set of project selection criteria that we could use to gauge the projects that are being proposed under the fund, that we could use sort of to help guide our decision making. These really relate to, I know this is a lot of words, I can send this out later if anyone's interested, but really related to outdoor experience and forest range and watershed health. So the idea is that we're giving back to the places that folks who visit Ruidoso are likely to be out exploring and enjoying during their stay in the community. The other big key here is that all of the projects are also deemed a community priority, including with the U.S. Forest Service. And I believe we looked at, in 2020, we were looking at about 6 different projects We developed that project selection criteria with our partners. Right now, we have agreements signed with the Village of Ruidoso and Upper Hondo RC&D. We are kind of on the verge of a number of other agreements right before everything was shut down. And because, everything sort of surrounding the idea and the vision for this program is really based on the tourism community and the visitors into the community and having them give back to the lands that they enjoy, a lot of the effort around building that partnership sort of died on the vine. So in this post-COVID world, what I'm hoping to do is, re-engage the community, local folks in addition to the village, so that we can really build around the vision that we first imagined, with a number of partners at the table helping to support this kind of work. Again, we worked with the Forest Service and Ruidoso to develop that community project list. We convened partners and we even invited prospective partners to that meeting. And ultimately, we selected the Sawmill Trailhead Development Project. And this was to help establish an alternate trailhead that would allow more distributed recreation opportunities and connect trails into the Grindstone Lake Recreation Area. For that project, we purchased 10 tons of aggregate for the parking area. And, I'm going to be perfectly transparent. There were a number of issues related to getting that project implemented this year. Of course, we had the pandemic. One of the big issues was that the site that we selected, or that the Forest Service selected, ended up having a number of issues because of community concerns and issues associated with traffic moving through and into the trailhead area. So right now we're on hold. We're waiting for the forest to work through some of the details associated with getting a new trailhead area established. The aggregate material has not yet been delivered, but we certainly have it on hand. I think what I'd really like to let everyone know is, this is definitely not the way that the National Forest Foundation would normally operate. Our goal always is to select a project and then work with local community folks to implement that project within a year. So as we move forward, we're really going to take lessons learned from what's happened on this trailhead project. We still want to move forward with it. We know it's very important for the village and for the local community, but we will work very diligently to ensure that any projects that we select moving forward can be implemented in the same year that we select them.
Excuse me, Mrs. Davison? You mentioned that it was the Forest, Smoky Bear, Lincoln County Forest District that is changing the site for the sawmill trailhead development? Did I hear that right?
Yes, my understanding is that the first site that was selected for the trailhead is being reconsidered because of some local community issues associated with concerns about traffic through developments in that area. And so at this point, I believe that the forest is reconsidering a new project site, but some engineering is needed on that new site.
Okay, I haven't heard anything of that other than positive, that was going to be an excellent area for not only the hikers, bikers, and equestrian people. So that concerns me if this all of a sudden came up, or I don't even know when it came up. Because the access is very accessible off of Carrizo Canyon. It just has to clean up or put in a culvert on, Mud Canyon Road that could get you into that area, and then open the gate. I mean, that's where, it just surprises me.
Rebecca, if you don't mind, I'll try to clarify that issue with Councilor Salas.
Okay.
So, you're familiar with that into that area. So when you drive west on that road, there's a large drainage on the left-hand side of that road.
Right.
They were looking at creating the parking lot on the south side of that deep drainage area.
Oh.
It would cause people to turn right behind the RV park, so kind of somewhat drive right next to their operation and then turn back onto the forest.
But that road, Mud Canyon, that's our road. We annexed that, and
It is.
and that's what confused, because I was thinking it was all gonna be on the north side. I didn't think they would even allow it on the south side.
Right, so that's the site that they had initially looked at. It is a designated road, we looked at it, but the Forest Service wanted to be good neighbors since the business was complaining, so they decided to look at the north side of that drainage, which is the gate
Okay,
you're
so-
talking about.
so
It'll
that's-
stay in the same area, it's just gonna be on the north side of the drainage instead of the south.
Okay, then that answers my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rodney, for clarifying, and I do appreciate the questions. And we have the aggregate on hold. We understand that the material is sufficient to cover the new proposed trailhead area, but we are working through some final issues associated with engineering at this point. So I wanted to present, the financial status of the contributions thus far from the Village of Ruidoso. And we've received a total of $33,783. We spent on the aggregate material, that's the 10 tons, $10,511.65. And after some of the indirect, we have $18,203.90 in the fund that we can use to focus on additional projects moving forward. And so today, of course, we're here to talk about renewal of the agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and the National Forest Foundation. The agreement renewal was to be another year. One of the questions that we had that we'd like to pose is if the village would consider a 3-year term, which is consistent with other stewardship agreements we have across the US. And the reason for potentially considering this is a couple-fold. One is that a longer-term agreement with you guys really as a foundational partner, I think would allow more opportunity for other partners to come to the table with the sustainability of the agreement here. It could potentially offset some of the annual administrative burden. And the other thing that I would point out is that the termination clause is quite generous. I think it just requires a 60-day notice. So termination could be at any point throughout that 3 years. So we'd be really excited to extend the agreement, and even more so with the consideration of a 3-year term. For us, moving forward, we want to brush off those project selection criteria. We want to reconvene on projects that we could move forward with in 2021, and again, with an eye towards being able to implement in the same year that we select. We will be working in the region and locally to leverage those funds, so trying to get some more partners to the table. And you may all know that the National Forest Foundation has a longstanding partnership with Ski Apache. And one thing we could potentially do is look at leveraging some of the funds generated from that conservation fund to put into the local community on co-prioritized projects. So we're excited about re-engaging Forest Service leadership and of course, re-engaging in the Ruidoso area community. And we're really looking forward to, reimagining what a post-COVID world looks like. I'm personally in Arizona. I'm based in the Phoenix area. And prior to COVID, I was coming out maybe every other month to meet with Rodney and others in the community to try to, beat the streets, so to speak, and get folks interested in what we were doing, and really thoughtful about conservation values on national forest lands in the surrounding area. So I'm really excited to, keep that thinking moving forward and move into 2021 with some renewed approaches. And for those of you who are not that familiar with National Forest Fund, we are a nationally, congressionally chartered nonprofit, the official nonprofit of the Forest Service, and our mission is to bring people together to restore and enhance national forests and grasslands and engage communities and stakeholders throughout that entire process. So I am really, again, excited to be here, looking forward to any questions you might have, and thank you so much for your time and consideration. I'll stop sharing now.
Anything else, Rod?
No, sir.
You want to, we haven't had a motion. So
Would the motion be for the dates of the agreement that are presented to us May 12th, 2021 through May 11th, 2022? Or are we going to, she had asked about extending it for 3 years. So which way are you recommending? What do you want, Rodney?
I would recommend the 3-year if it's permitted, and the way I understand it, it'll give us leverage with businesses in the community to try to gain additional partners to join this with creating their own donations with their businesses, whether it be ATV rentals or bike rentals, or that's our whole goal, is to really grow this with other community partners. And I think by having that lungs a 3-year term, we can use that as a selling point. Not only what we have committed up to this point, but that we have signed on for 3 additional years.
So I would say I'd be agreeable to the 3 years, but I still would like to stay with the May dates, just so that the expiration is not during the middle of the summer, which is our busy time, just for the future. We can always, from what I'm looking, it's a 60-day termination. And the reason that I'm saying that is, who knows, there might be a point when we decide we want to do $1.50 or $2, depending upon how our pricing goes, that it rounds it to the next amount. I'd be willing to make the motion to do the 3 years as long as we can keep the May.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, Council, one of the things that I would just ask that if we do look at a 3-year, that we actually do like some type of report annually, if nothing else, to just bring awareness to the program. Because a 3-year contract, if it doesn't come up, then we kind of lose sight of it. But I just think for, transparency and promotional reasons, it's good to at least do an annual review.
Yeah.
Well, and they should be giving us review on the amount of funds that were raised and what projects. And so if we could do that, I don't have any problem with it.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that the more information that goes out, the more people are aware of it and know that a portion of their ticket prices are going to help the forest and the restoration and adding all these other amenities in there.
Okay, you want to make a motion, or do you have another comment?
I just had a question. And I agree, I think you need someone that can keep the focus on it annually. I'm wondering if it could be incorporated into part of our tourism report. We have a lot of information that's in there, but we never touch on something like this, as well as annually the funds that are raised and the matches, and actually maybe publicize who's actually in the game in terms of their matches.
Mayor, Council, we can incorporate it into the reports as well.
Okay.
Would it be tourism though, or would it be through Parks and Rec, since Rodney's department kind of oversees it?
It'd be
He
Parks and Rec.
oversees, I don't have a dog in this hunt. I don't care, as long as there are so many reports that under your purview that I'm afraid It may be lost as a footnote, whereas in tourism, it targets each individual area, and however we want to do that, it's just so that it's very apparent to the public.
Okay.
Okay, so Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I'll move to approve the agreement with the National Forest Foundation to allow customers to make voluntary contributions through an opt-out mechanism, $1 with a parking ticket, and an opt-in mechanism, $5 with a season pass purchase, to support projects implemented via NFF's Ruidoso Stewardship Fund on the Lincoln National Forest and adjacent public lands. And the period would be for a 3-year period starting May 12th, 2021.
Second.
The final word, discussion. Roll call, please, sir.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4. Pardon me. Discussion and possible action on award of IFB number 2020-004B to General Hydronics Concrete LLC, an agreement for Cree Meadows Trail construction in the amount of $578,359.00, including gross receipts tax. Yes, sir, Rodney.
Mayor, councilors, so this IFB was submitted in April. We had 2 companies providing bids. One was General Hydronics, came in at $533,000, and Constructors came in at $824,000. Our available budget between grant and local funds is $560,000, and as you can see, including the GRT for General Hydronics, it came in over our budgeted amount. It was $18,359 over the $560 available budget. And so I have evaluated some cost-saving opportunities with the Department of Transportation and Bohannon Houston, who prepared the design and the bid packet. And so we evaluated possibly striking some of the line items out of the bid packet. And when we evaluated that between Bohannon and the Department of Transportation, it was realized that none of the items actually can be removed. All of them are required to make this project whole with the federal highway specifications. There's not a lot, there aren't really any amenities built into the project. It's basically a path with all of the required specs for slope and drainage and signage and ADA compliance, and there's not really anything to remove. We also looked at an opportunity for the village to supply some in-kind with materials such as millings in replace of the base course. Again, when we reviewed that with Department of Transportation, they said that is a possibility, but that's something that should have been addressed prior to the bid. At this point, you're not permitted to negotiate with the contractor by through their program. And so if we were going to do that, it would require us to rebid the project again. There was also another opportunity, which is on the next agenda item, to save funds if we could provide a on-site construction observation and management. And I don't believe that we have anyone on site. I don't personally have that time or skills to manage that project. And so, again, from my perspective, I didn't believe that that was an opportunity as well. And so, again, one other option was to shorten the length of the project and just complete the amount that we could within the budget balance. And again, as we reviewed that with the Department of Transportation, that's not really an option that they recommend. It would look badly on our grant application for future applications because they want to see projects completed as they're designed. And so, and also it would give us an unfinished project. And with the federal grants, if we decided to pursue additional money, it could take, again, a couple years to get additional funds and then finalize the additional construction. And so, I believe I reviewed all of the cost-saving opportunities to get it within budget. And again, I'm open for funding suggestions from the governing body. I would like to see this project completed, but I do realize that it is over the budget amount.
Well, in your agenda memo, it mentions about the options for those additional funds from general fund coming from GRT revenue accounts or pools from CARES Act grant funds or use cash balance. Manager Dodge, what says you? I just thought I used to say that.
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, we have been looking at that CARES Act money and, I just want to, we've been looking at it for other type of purposes and whatnot. And, that is really a general fund refund. So it's general fund dollars. I think we need to start referring to it that way, Judy, just in our memos. And the reason I bring that up is because, we're also looking at, is there opportunity, and I think the mayor brought it up to, us to reach out and help businesses and whatnot. So we took a look at that. With that said, my recommendation would be to take this out of cash balance so that if there is opportunity for us to go back and help businesses with the way that the mayor's suggested, that we would have some money available in that pot to reach out and help businesses in the future. Judy has sent in a question to DFA in regards to that. So my recommendation is that we would leave that reimbursement alone for now and fund that out of general fund cash balance.
Because, I was wondering if we could even use the CARES Act money for a project like this, but I like your thinking of keeping it for the businesses.
I think it's really important to finish
To
this project.
complete it,
Yes.
Yeah, we've
I
got to
agree.
complete
We
it.
got to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
And Mayor, Councilor, it could definitely be used for this purpose, any type of general purpose.
Okay.
But, the potential of maybe being able to convert that and use it for small business grants
Right.
is an opportunity that we might want to look at. So my recommendation is we just use cash balance right now and then, save that, I believe it's right about 800,000 that we still have, Judy. And we would leave that set aside for now until we get clarification on whether we can, reach out and help businesses a little bit more.
And I'm a little concerned if we rebid this, that the prices that would come back would be way more. So I think we need to take advantage of this now.
And so that's 19,000, around 19,000?
Yep.
Yeah,
And then the next item is in addition to.
right. Okay.
Okay, Rod? Anything else? Anybody have any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, and I don't have a question, but I just wanted to thank Rodney for looking at every conceivable possible solution and the fact that what is the unintended consequence of some of those solutions.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm a little surprised on a job this big that it only came in 18,000 over. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Giddy up.
Mr. Mayor, I move to award IFB number 2021-004B to General Hydronics Concrete LLC, an agreement for Cree Meadows Trail construction in the amount of $578,359, including gross receipts tax.
Second?
Final discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Santa.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, folks. Item number 6.
Mayor, for clarification, do you want us to pay that out of the general fund cash?
Yes.
Yes.
Item number 6, discussion and possible action on task order RFP 2020-005P-03 with Groundwork Studios for the planning, construction, consultation services for a property master plan.
Mayor Crawford.
I'm on the wrong one.
Well, he has the option to move the
Yeah,
agenda, so
but I
I'm letting
wouldn't-
him go.
I wasn't planning on that, but my little cursor's
But
moved
since
down a
he's
little
moved it,
bit.
if he would just let us know.
I appreciate y'all not stopping me until I get to the very end. Item number 5 is discussion and possible action on task order 2019-002P-05 with Bohannon Houston, Inc. for construction management and testing for the Cree Meadows Trail Project in the amount of $110,506.15, including gross receipts tax. Yes, sir, Rodney.
Mayor, councilors, I would also like to note that I also made a mistake on this task order. It should be 2019-002P-06.
2019
002P-06.
Yes, sir.
06.
Duly noted.
That being said, again, this item is for the construction management and testing that is required from the Department of Transportation. This this additional cost was realized during the design process. Bohannon Houston had submitted a question to DOT, and they clarified that it was an added cost, and it is a requirement of the federal projects that I did not realize. So we cannot do without this portion of the project. And so we did work with Bohannon Houston to get the cost down as low as we could. Again, the only option for any additional cost savings would be to provide our own on-site observation personnel, and we just do not have that on the village. And so we also got the testing down as low as we could as well. There were previously some questions regarding, it is strictly observation, so they observe the testing. They have independent labs that come in and do the testing of the compaction, the asphalt, the concrete. But there is a lot of testing involved with the process. The project really cannot be completed without this, and I would like for you all to consider funding this as well so we can get the project completed.
Manager Dodge, same question. What funding source? I'm assuming cash balance.
Mayor Councilor, yes, cash balance.
And we all saw what happened when it was an oversight, on some of our road projects, when we put the asphalt down and the ground temperature was too cold, and that asphalt just came right back up in a short amount of time. So this inspection or oversight, I don't know if it's really oversight, it's just reporting and documentation, I guess, isn't it, Rodney?
Yes, it is a lot of reporting back to the engineers. When I did visit with the engineer to give a little bit of clarification, they said it's the contractor's responsibility to follow all the specs, but the on-site observation does report back to DOT and to the engineer on a daily basis.
So Rodney, to quote someone else, this is a trust but verify?
Yes, sir.
So Rodney, how did they come up with the $110,506.15? Because I don't see anything in here other than a task order with that dollar amount.
I apologize. They did submit a cost estimate I do have a cost proposal. This is also based on the RFP that we had initially submitted. I think it was in 2019 for the engineering services, and these are some of the services that were covered under that RFP that was dealing with the trail projects. Again, All of the requirements are based upon what is required from the Federal Highway Administration for observing their projects. And I apologize, I do have the cost proposal, but I apparently didn't include it. with the-
And I remember some of that. How many different tests were in there? Do you remember?
Again, I'm not certain. I know it deals with compaction and the asphalt and the concrete.
And the costs associated with all of
Yes.
In the last project we did, we had an amount that was too low, and we ended up having to adjust it up. Is it $10,000 for testing again?
So the budgeted amount is $10,000 for testing, and again, I'm relying on the engineer. They did request a specific quote from all those subs for the testing, and so we do have a price proposal to cover that. It's just not in the packet.
Need a motion?
Anybody? Yep, if we're ready to roll, let's go.
I move that we accept task order number 2019-002P-06 with Bohannon Houston, Inc. for construction management and testing for the Cree Meadows Trail project in the amount of $110,506.15, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Any discussion? Done? Roll call, please, sir.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
No.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Item number 6, I'll get it right this time, discussion and possible action on task order RFP number 2020-005, Pete-03, with Groundwork Studios for the planning consultation services for a property master plan of the White Mountain Recreation Complex and adjacent properties in an amount not to exceed $108,437.50, including gross receipts tax.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
councilors, again, this is not a request for funding. I think I'm done today. It's just a request to assign a task order to Groundwork Studios to initiate the master planning process of the White Mountain Recreation Complex and potential improvements. And just to clarify a little bit of information on what the scope of work includes, it will include the evaluation of all the Village of Ruidoso-owned properties, including the newly acquired 421 Hull Road, which is directly adjacent to the soccer fields, as well as the Meacham property that was acquired next to P&M. It would also include working with the school district in conjunction with their 5-year plan to ensure that we're on the same page with development of each of our properties. None of the potential items have been predetermined as what could be included in that plan. It is noted that it could potentially include athletic fields, pickleball courts, dog park, even a recreation complex. And part of their scope was amended to include the cost of that evaluation of a recreation complex in that area. And would include several opportunities for public interaction and public meetings. They were some of the public interactions that they were wanting to host was at the Wingfield Market to not only get locals but even some visitors information as well. And I'll stand for any questions that you may have about the process or that project.
Anyone?
There's an attachment in here that says backup documents, and that is a task order for Wingfield Park Master Plan.
Oh, gosh. It should. I'm not sure what happened on that.
I wasn't gonna point it out, but
Was there supposed to be something else, or was that just
There should have been the schedule
with the schedule?
associated with
Schedule's
it.
there.
That's
There
in
should have
there.
been the proposal,
The proposal's
and
there,
then a copy of the task order.
and the task order is there, so it's just one additional thing that's thrown in there. Okay.
and I know there's a lot of anticipation. And I think to get more, if you ever want to get more people, just start taking down some more fencing. Because everybody went nuts on that deal, boy. When
The
they
elk,
saw it.
thank you, though.
Huh?
The elk, thank you.
Yes.
We moved them off the soccer field and over there.
It'll be green before you know it.
I move that,
me.
I move that we accept task order RFP dash, number 2020-005P-03 with Groundwork Studios for planning consultation services for a property master plan of the White Mountain Recreation Complex and adjacent properties in an amount not to exceed $108,437.50, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call, please. Ron?
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson. Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I would just urge the public and to get engaged with the public engagement portion of this.
Yep.
Instead of sitting back and complaining after the fact, get involved. I mean, this is a chance to give your input on what White Mountain Master Plan should look like.
Absolutely.
I agree. Item number 7, discussion and possible action on agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and the Humane Society of Lincoln County for the operation of the animal shelter in the amount of $80,000. So on this one, we have Chief Gold. Who the heck's John?
This is my middle name, Mayor.
John, oh, that was John Gary, so it's Gary John.
Well, I know it is, it's John Gary Gold.
John Gary Gold.
I've gone by Gary Gold my entire life.
Well, it does make sense,
It's a great name. You should stick with it.
Thank you.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we also have representatives from the Humane Society also on Zoom, so.
Awesome.
And just to let you know, I have Bobby on there as well, our animal control officer as well. I don't think I need to read anything, it's why we're here, right, Mayor and Council?
Yes.
Should we just go on with the discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. Lead away.
My concerns basically with this whole thing is, Humane Society, our animal control division is just an amazing, obviously, organization. They take care of all the needs that we have within the community. Our shelters are amazing. Ever since I've been dealing with shelters as a police chief and as a sheriff, those are just greatly needed services. The services are very crucial for our community, so I don't in any way want to show that we're hindering any of those operations. At the end of the day, it's the pleasure of the board, mayor and council. Y'all going to make the decision as to what we're going to increase. I got just a couple of questions on this. Number one is, I think our initial concern was to bring this for 70, and it's written in 80. And the other concern I've got is the tags and licensure collections. I think I had spoken with Judy about this. Anytime animals impounded and we have an ordinance, I believe, I have the ordinance, I think it's 14.4E, that requires that everybody has to have a license when they own an animal within our village. And I think there's a certain amount, I think we could have up to 4 per family, I'm not too sure. But anyway, the collection of that, it's always been an issue when I have to be when I've been an administrator with this, is does the collection fee go to the village or does it stay with the society, Humane Society? It doesn't matter where it goes, as long as it's properly documented, and that's just one of my concerns. So those are my main 2 concerns. With that, I'll let the Humane Society conduct their side of
Presentation?
Presentation, yes. And I'm here to entertain any kind of questions.
So every dog has to have a license.
Yes.
Do you get that from your vet?
You can get it from the.
When you do vaccinations, don't they?
No.
That's usually just for the rabies.
Does Blue have a license?
No. I mean, he has tags,
I got tags. I didn't.
but I didn't know about the license.
So we've never made it easy. If the vets would do it at the time you got your vaccinations,
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm talking about an ordinance, it's a municipal ordinance, and maybe we don't have that here.
We do.
When you have an animal, you have to go down to the village, the city, municipality, and get yourself a license tag. Just basically indicating that you paid your fee to have an animal within your home. That's one thing it's always been an issue, and I just didn't see that, and I just brought that up. I don't think it's a big issue, but if you do get a license, who collects that and who keeps the fee? And it's just wanted to put it in the contract.
So we have to go to the Humane Society.
So the way it was in the past is the Humane Society would issue the license, and the Humane Society kept the fees for that. That's back when I used to be on the board a long time ago.
That's what Abel said.
I don't know if they currently have, and Abel can answer that, whether they have tags to indicate that. But most people don't get a license. It's if your dog gets impounded, and that's usually about the time that it's an issue.
Yes, we do have the licenses there, and every time an owner comes in, if they're from Ruidoso, they are required to purchase that license in order to get their animal out. Even the animals that get adopted out through the Humane Society, if they are going to the jurisdiction of Ruidoso, it's required for them to get also a license.
And Abel, you guys keep those fees and account for them, correct?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Okay.
Well, mea culpa, that's where Baloo came from. So but does it have to be annually renewed?
Yes, it does.
Well, he's about 3 years default, so.
The penalties and late fees, Gary?
I know, it's living in the village.
No. And it also helps to keep track of those who don't have rabies, because in order to get a license, you have to have rabies tag. So it helps in both ways.
There you go.
Mayor, I didn't recommend bringing the chief to get us in trouble.
Sorry. Well, I mean, nobody knows. This is another one of those things like, you can't ride a bicycle at Midtown. I mean, Abel, I've had my dog now for a little while, and if I went and registered to him today, it cost me $25, but he's got an appointment in a few weeks, so it only cost me $5. But
my advice to you is the less the said, the better.
I'm just curious. I mean, I guarantee you 90% of the dogs in Ruidoso are not registered.
But they probably have tags.
Yeah.
We do get a lot of animals that do have, the ones that come from Ruidoso, they do have their rabies. The majority of them do. They just don't have the license part of it.
Because nobody knows.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I say if we would let the vets sell us a tag at the same time they gave us the rabies shots, everybody would have a tag.
I'd be in favor of that.
So
And I don't mean to take money from the Humane Society, but nobody does it because they don't know and it's hard.
Yeah.
So Abel, would it be possible to distribute tags to the vets and allow them to charge for that? I don't know your process and the paperwork that goes in behind that. And then on the second part of that is I would be willing to continue allowing possibly, I don't know if we'd have to change the ordinance, but allow the vet to keep a portion of that for their service of selling that, and the remainder goes to the Humane Society.
So who would keep record of all those?
Who's doing it now?
Who's getting the money?
We are.
Okay.
We're keeping record and selling and getting the licenses.
Okay, so you just answered your question.
Because, I mean, you see right now that we've got an ordinance, and I'm a big proponent if we're not enforcing something to get rid of it, and nobody knows about it. Nobody. Even your mayor didn't know about it. And he has a dog. Laszlo the outlaw.
That's true. I mean, I'm on the board of directors at the Humane Society, and I have 4 dogs in my possession. And I know I'm supposed to get a license, but sometimes I just let it slip. I try to remember to renew them every January, but sometimes I forget.
So Chief Gold will be on his way to your house.
Right after he gives me a ticket, so, that seems a little excessive for every year.
Mr. Can I interject?
All right, who was that?
Bobby Simpson.
Bobby Simpson.
Yes, sir, Bobby.
So just to clarify, maybe I can clear some of these things up. The reason for the lack of enforcement for the registration tags, the village tags, is because the last time we revised the animal ordinances, when we added the vicious animal, we actually struck some verbiage that was making that an unenforceable ordinance. My plan was to do a push and an education effort now that that's enforceable. Prior, it was if you had a rabies tag and you engraved your name and phone number on the back, you didn't have to go through the registration process. So it made it really unenforceable, and it's now enforceable as that last ordinance update.
See, I like that idea better. I mean, because you gotta have a rabies tag, and if Bobby comes to your house and it's not an updated tag, then that's where you could get a citation and go get the dog vaccinated.
So the ordinance actually does allow for the veterinarians to administer the tags. It hasn't been common practice because of the confusion and the tags and the headache of trying to keep track of it. But that is a possibility.
Riddle's Animal Clinic used to do that, though. When I had a dog, they did that.
Bobby, what is the purpose of this tag?
The registration, it's a registration process so that we have a record of how many animals are within the village ownership. And it's also an added tag beyond the animals for returning animals to their owners.
Well, the engraving on the back of your tag takes care of that, but not the other.
Well, the licensing is also just another way to collect money to help pay for the care of the animals that are at the Humane Society.
Do we have any idea what that kind of money looks like?
I know because it hasn't been enforced in recent years. It wasn't very much. Maybe Abel could speak to that.
Last year, we licensed 43 animals, which came out to $215.
43.
What is that per animal? How much-
Not very much.
How much per animal, I mean, ask?
5 or 25?
Yeah, it depends. If they're altered animals, it's $5. If they're not, it's $25.
So we just gave them $10,000. That ought to cover the.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of that.
So how about get rid of licenses and enforce getting a micro tag?
Microchipped?
Yeah. Because that way, if a dog is lost, which, my God, watch Facebook, people are losing dogs all the time. You just scan them, you know exactly where that animal goes to.
Or look at the back of their tag.
Well,
That
if
has
the
been a
people have
great
the tags on
success.
those animals.
Hey, but we can't understand you.
That has been a great success, like in Albuquerque, where animals are required to be microchipped. The time frame of them being in a shelter is hours to minutes, in all honesty.
Yeah.
And that's whenever we visited the shelter up there, they had a great success with that. Microchipping, it was required, and they saw intake on animals drop tremendously, and owners being contacted quickly and the animals being picked up quickly.
What does it cost to get microchipped?
We charge $25 for a microchip, and that includes the registration.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not a year. No, that's for good.
So will we be able to amend this agreement and strike this, since we're letting, criminals out with clean records, I would like to advocate for Blue and for Laszlo to get out of here without a record.
Well, but I think Baloo met 4 of the 5 criteria. He has a collar with a phone number, 2 actually.
Yeah.
He has a tag with rabies. He has another tag with my name, our address, and our phone number, and he doesn't have a license, so he's running free.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has a chip, by the way.
So is it possible I know it's possible. We just need to figure out if the council, we'd like to amend this.
Mayor, if I may add, if I may, Mayor, Council, I think we're gonna have to come up with a decision. Actually, the number one thing that I was concerned about is that another organization or contractor is collecting fees that you all imposed, policy made. So we have an ordinance in place right now that requires everyone to have these tags. So we may have to strike that ordinance and impose that with something else. But I guess it's just an issue whether we want to have that ordinance. If we do have that ordinance, and they're going to have to find a place, someone within the village to come and pay their.
So we have an ordinance, in the ordinance, it says every animal must have a license.
Yes.
Yes?
Right, Bobby?
Yes.
That
We
is
can't
correct.
change that.
So we need to enforce it. There's another thing that we need to
Public
enforce.
hearings.
Why have a law if we're not gonna enforce it or strike it?
Right. So what I'm looking at is just the agreement. So to change the ordinance, we'd have to have a public hearing. Well, I mean, again, if we got something that's not enforceable or we're not enforcing it, we need to address that too.
I like the idea of changing it to
Chipping?
demanding or requiring a microchip, but how would we enforce that? If we can't enforce the license tag, how would we enforce everybody having to have a chip? How does that happen?
The same way, if you pick up the dog and they don't have a microchip, you don't get them back. It's, unless Bobby wants to go yard to yard scanning them.
And every time there's people at the parking lot of Albertsons, Bobby, selling puppies, you can swoop in and give them a quick education.
I try to do that as much as I can already.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah, if I see them selling puppies or giving away puppies anywhere, I would usually call animal control about it.
Sorry for the long conversation on that.
Yep. So, okay, so we're looking at the agreement. We understand that. So let's go into the other questions that you had, the additional 10 grand.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the presentation, I guess by April, is that who that's gonna be?
Yes.
It'll be, PJ's gonna be presenting that, and I'll share something. I don't know if you guys got the packet.
Nope.
Alright. Let me see if I could share this. You guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, PJ, you're up.
Okay, well, you haven't scrolled it up to the part that's the most important, which is the cost of care per animal versus the cost that each municipality pays us per animal. So the cost of care per animal for an average of a 12-day stay, as you can see, Capitan pays the most of that cost. They actually pay more. And the village of Ruidoso pays the least amount at $154.19. So that is one of the reasons we're asking for an increase. The other is that I think we provided this to Bobby, and I don't know that Abel can share it, but we gave him a little presentation of how our expenses were in 2019 versus 2020, and our expenses increased, particularly in the area of cleaning supplies, the cost of our personnel, our wages that we pay our employees, and then our vet costs have increased from 2019 to 2020, even regarding the fact that not the same number of animals were brought in from the village in 2020 versus 2019. The number of animals went down, but our costs have increased. And that's not saying anything or including anything about the new building and how much we owe on it.
So just to give you guys a recap, in 2019, we had a total of 1,069 animals come in. In 2020, it was 881. Now the municipality of Ruidoso brought in 2019 482 animals, and in 2020 it was 454. So I mean, everybody's got affected by this pandemic, and unfortunately, the cost of cleaning stuff has gone up tremendously. And that's with us, having the same amount of employees. We did not add more employees to our facility. Things have gone up, unfortunately. And it's been all across the board.
So if you can see the presentation down there in percentages, we have that Capitan pays 102% of what it costs for the number of animals they brought in, whereas Ruidoso, the village of Ruidoso, pays 59%. Quite a difference.
So how many animals does Cap Tim bring in? Since you're comparing us, I want to, do you go get them? Do they bring them in? I mean, how's that working?
They bring them in. They brought in last year 52 animals.
52 animals, okay?
How much does the village of Capitan contribute to the society?
15,000.
15,000? Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
So I'm saying I think the request that we have for an increase of $10,000 is not that much, considering how much it actually costs us to hold and care for those animals.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, most people are still under the impression that the snowball and all those fundraisers that we go to and raise money for goes to the animals, but that just goes to your building, correct?
Most of it does, yes. That fur ball, that is to pay for that new building, yes.
It used to go to operational costs.
See, the fur ball used to go to operational. That's where a lot of people get confused, and then the money that the Hubbards pledged and then others pledged to get there, you know, and then it kind of got lost in translation as to who was paying for what. So there, you know, that could be worked out in the communities just so people understand. But I understand what you're saying about the costs going up and almost a no-kill.
And, you know, we hold, we didn't get to during 2020 because of the pandemic, but in the normal year, we volunteers, us board members usually, and our dog walker volunteers, we try to hold 2 off-site events every single month to stand there and have a few animals there for adoption and to try to get funds from people who attend these events and walk by. You know, we're out there begging for money, and that goes to operations.
Did you guys apply and receive for PPP loan or CARES Act funding through the village?
We did get a PPP loan at the beginning of the pandemic in the early parts. Yes, we did.
Okay, and what about through the CARES Act funding that was provided by the village?
Geez, I can't speak to that particularly. I know we did receive, I think it was 25,000 via the CARES Act.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that you've used those resources that are available, because especially for a nonprofit.
Yes, we did, and we are making an accounting of how every penny of that got spent.
Yep, and it probably went really quick too.
It did, yeah. And one thing that affected us dearly was that the resale shop, unfortunately, was closed for 2 months.
Correct.
That hit hard.
Correct.
That hit really hard.
This is Jackson. Abel or PJ, one of the things that's near and dear to me is the spay and neuter clinic and facility. Is that going to be properly funded going forward?
Yes, oh yes, that is properly funded. I mean, we have that.
Well, let me ask it another way. Is it going to be adequately funded?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I thought sometimes we run low on funds for our spot program. Now, if you're talking about the spay neuter that we do in-house from the dogs that are adopted, that's going along just fine. But the spot that is a low-cost spay neuter program and our TNR fund, those sometimes run low on money. And I can tell you that I personally intermittently cough up anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 that I put in that fund out of my pocket.
Yes, sir.
I understand all the costs.
It goes really quickly, that money does.
But I don't want to be in the shelter business.
No, we don't.
So I'd rather keep them in business.
Me too.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. We just always, we'd like to find out what's going on. Because the calls that I get are that people have taken dogs down and they can't accept any more dogs, or they can't get them in the neuter program, or, you know, these kind of things. And so we never hear anything. And so we just like to once a year find out what's going on and how it's going.
Yeah.
Well, that
thinking
that
the-
is true. That's a pet peeve of mine, and it's true that sometimes people pick up a stray dog on the side of the road and they show up at our shelter and they say, "Here, I found this dog, in the bar ditch over yonder," and we tell them, can you maybe hang on to him for a few days? We're full. We can't accept the dog. And yes, that angers the public. It angers me, but we cannot overfill the shelter, because if an inspector comes and we have more animals than we're supposed to, they can shut us down.
Yeah. Usually,
and it's a
in all
problem.
honesty, we do tell people they could hang on to it, but if they can't, we do take it in. I mean, because our contract with you guys is to take the animal in. If the person can hold it on to it for a couple of days, they let us know, and the majority of the people are able to. But the ones that can't, that are from out of town or passing through, we do take those animals in.
Right, and that's an issue that we addressed previously, Abel. I also know that when I was on the board, it was prior to 2012, so let's say 2011. Somewhere in that time is when we were able to increase the contract to the Village of Ruidoso to $61,000. That's been 9 years that there hasn't really been much of an adjustment. In that amount of time, we went from $7.50 an hour for minimum wage to currently $10.50, and in January it goes up to $11. So I know you've had an increase in costs.
Yes.
As far as that goes, personnel cost. I'm not talking about the cost of the shelter.
Yeah.
So there definitely has been something. The line item we have is saying that it's, there's $70,000 in the budget. However, our budget is coming up for approval. And I had to apologize, I wasn't at that meeting.
Accepted.
But did we change it to a higher amount? Or we left it at 70,000 in the budget?
We left it at 70.
With the request, but we were going to discuss it.
Okay, so to help you guys and to add a little bit of a history as far as things go, that's what I'm trying to do, is to show that it's been, it jumped up to 70,000, and I don't know when it went to 70,000, I can't remember, but it was 61,000 at least 9, going close to 10 years ago.
Yes. Correct. No, and I thank you for that, for bringing that up. And, in all honesty, we were over 25K on what, compared to 2019. And just to justify what you said on increases in pay and costs of medical stuff and cleaning supplies, just those three was 25,000 increase.
Right. And we used to go through, back then, it was just the opposite. The village was paying more per animal than Ruidoso Downs.
Yes.
And Ruidoso Downs had a contract that limited the number of animals in order to try and keep their costs down. One other thing that I'll point out here on your agreement is, I'm assuming you no longer use the Gavilan Canyon address. So
No.
If we do approve this, that address needs to be updated in the agreement.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like to hear from our side, or are we done with their presentation?
Just go right ahead.
Okay. Number one, Mayor, Council, I'd like to address, I apologize that we're not keeping you informed. I heard you say that you weren't aware of it. What we're going to try to do now is, with our manager's reports, we're going to try to include the numbers of how many calls we've received through, I think, is it a monthly basis that we send to Yvonne? We'll include the number of calls for services and the number of cases we actually pick up. So, Bobby, I know you're out there. It's, as we indicated earlier, Bobby, it's the pleasure of the board to decide what is going to be awarded to Animal Humane Society, but since we are the representatives of the village, we're here to represent mayor and council. Can you give them just a brief presentation as to what you gave me the other day in the office, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just as a point of clarification, the contract actually states that after 5 days, maximum, it's 3 days or 5 days, depending on if the animal has identification, then that animal becomes Humane Society property. So the contract is specifically for a 5-day maximum stay per animal. Beyond that, it's the Humane Society's cost to take on for adoptions. It's supposed to be offset by adoptions and things of that nature. Their numbers are based off of a 12-day stay, and my numbers indicate that our animals stayed in the facility in 2020 an average of 6.7 days. So I believe that there's a little bit of variable here as far as the numbers. From my numbers on hand, it shows that it's about $18 per day per animal. And again, as far as the contract goes, the responsibility is only a maximum of 5 days, but that's just a point of clarification. One other thing I will add is we haven't had any complaints of people being turned away from the shelter over the past year that I'm aware of. And we have a very good working relationship with them. But as far as that goes, no actual complaints that they're turning people away.
Well, that's good to hear, Bobby. That's very good to hear.
So, Bobby, you have a difference of about $3 a day, a little bit more than $3 a day from what was presented in the slideshow. Where did you come up with those numbers from?
I sat down with Abel, we went through the end of year costs, and I made sure that all of the line items and costs associated were specifically for the shelter, not for the resale shop. And I believe that spay and neuter costs were included in their costs, which would make up the difference. Whereas spay and neuter should be offset by the money they're bringing in from the adoption. So I did not include that in my numbers.
Okay, so you basically took in the number of animals and divided it by the costs, number of days and whatnot.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, that was a lot of work. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Okay, anything else, Chief?
Yes, I will speak. I realize that our contract does say the limit is 5 days, but I would like everyone sitting at that table to think about the fact that if that animal doesn't get adopted within 5 days, do you really want us to kill them? Because that's what would happen if we enforce that 5 days. Well, now it's ours. That means we either euthanize the animal or we hold it for adoption. If we hold it for adoption, then yes, we're going to run up more expenses. If we don't want to run up more expenses, that means we have to kill the animal.
Well, I think, I don't even want to address that question because we've done everything we can do and we're still doing more so that we don't have to euthanize every animal. Yeah. So just because we're trying to be prudent does not mean that we're not animal lovers and that we do not give of our own monies, just like yourself. And so, we're not even, that question does not, I don't care for it. So anyway, do we have any other questions for them? I mean, we all agree that everything's gone up, that they provide a good service.
Right.
And that we're all animal lovers. I have them myself. I think if you probably set up out in front of the dog park, you could probably collect every one of those license fees, or if we're going to start changing that, you can't because I'm out there every day. So,
and I would say that over the past year or so, like Abel, indicated, the level of service has definitely gone up. Over there where there were issues before, and I think they've done a great job to meeting the demands. It's an unfortunate business where you're forced into taking every animal that comes to you, that people turn away, let loose, jumps a fence, whatever they lie about it and have a litter of puppies and say, hey, we found these on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And if more people would just get the stupid animals fixed.
Stupid animals? They're innocent in this charge.
If the stupid people would get the animals fixed.
That's better.
Then we wouldn't have this problem. And, spend just whatever it is in that spot program, wherever you can find the money from. I know there have been grants available in the past for it, but that is highly, and if anything, I think that the fee for unneutered animals needs to go up to force those people to make it in a point, kind of like the Affordable Health Care Act. Make it to a point where you can either pay me $300 for a license or pay $50 to get your animal fixed, which is it gonna be? And to kind of take that choice away. But if people would just do that, keep a tag on their animal, have them microchipped, we wouldn't have the types of problems that we're having now. If people would just take care of their animals, take care of their kids, take care of themselves, we'd be in much better shape. Unfortunately and fortunately, you guys have taken on that task, and we appreciate it from the village. It's not sexy. I mean, walk into the shelter in the morning before it's been cleaned and take a deep breath, and you will see exactly what they go through. I want to thank you guys for everything, and Abel, thank you for making the changes over there, because, we've talked before. I've had some disagreements with the way things were being operated, and you guys have done a great job for bringing it back up to a great level of care that's necessary over there.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your support. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Are we ready to make a motion? Still got a few more breaths in this horse. Does anybody want to keep beating on it? All right, somebody give me a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. So I move to approve the agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and the Humane Society of Lincoln County for the operation of the animal shelter in the amount of $80,000.
Second.
No more discussion. I ain't even going to ask. So roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, and then we'll embark on the ordinance to maybe strike the
Yes.
$25 deal and throw in a chipping deal. Okay, item
Thank you,
number
guys.
8.
That'd be great.
What's that?
Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys,
Thank you.
everybody, and your support. Yeah, we couldn't do it without you guys, so we really appreciate it.
We thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 8 is discussion and possible action on amendment to lease agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso, Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and R.D. Hubbard Enterprises, Inc. Yes, sir. Mr. Joe Kasobowski.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we received a request from R.D. Hubbard
And Associates.
Enterprises
Enterprise, yep.
Incorporated to amend their current land lease agreement to add an additional 4 5-year periods to the current lease that they have. That is what we're here asking to be approved today.
And after the 10-year, then the 4 or 5 years.
So it started out, the initial lease was a 10-year with 4 5-year periods. That 5-year period actually ends in 2031.
Right.
For this, basically it was a 30-year land lease, and they're asking for an additional 4 5-year periods.
Okay, but I thought we were going to raise the per footage
We're gonna raise it to 36 cents per square foot, yes, sir.
after the 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And currently, we do increase it to the CPI. It started out at 8%, I think it's up to like 15 cents per square foot at this point in time. So the ordinance reads that in 2013, for land leases, that it was, the new land leases or new assignments of leases can go up to the 36, should go up to the 36 cents per square foot. So that's why we will be doing this at that time.
Okay, does anybody have any questions of Emergency Manager Joe Kasobowski?
So I'm just, rather than going back and forth between the two leases, it says the term of the lease was for 10 years with 4 or 5-year extensions at the rate of 8 cents. And so we're going to add another, basically 20 years, so another 4 or 5-year periods.
Yes, sir.
And in the amended one, then it's going, once we agree to this, it goes up to, it goes to 36 cents and then adjusted by the CPI?
Yes, supposed to.
Okay, is that in line with other agreements?
Yes.
All of our other agreements were, as we get any amendments or if we do assignments of lease, when we do an assignment of lease, Councilor Kaufman, is when somebody sells a hangar to somebody else, once that goes into effect, we will increase it to the 36 cents per square foot. And the CPI is on a yearly basis. I get with Robin Parks finance, and we do the CPI on a yearly basis to all these
Okay.
land leases.
Okay, I just want to be clear there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Mayor and council, on number 2 on the agreement, I think I drafted this amendment. I'd like to, if you're going to adopt it or approve it, on number 2, I'd like to include an amendment that says lessee shall pay the village at least 36 per square foot per year for the property beginning on April 9th, 2031. So the intent of all this was to continue what they're paying
Yes.
now. And then at the 31 date, it goes up to the.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll make that change if you'll include that in your motion.
Okay. And it's April 10th.
April 10th.
Or 11th.
Because I was just reading item number 1, it talks about the 5-year additional extensions begins on April 10th. And then it says leasee shall pay the village at least 36 cents per square foot. So I thought it was talking about that year.
I just don't think it's real clear what it's talking about.
Okay. All right. Okay, if everybody understands, we just need a motion. And we haven't got to hear Councilor Letterman's voice very much today.
Oh. I move that we accept the amendment to lease agreement by and between the Village of Ruidoso, Cerro Blanco Regional Airport, and R.D. Hubbard Enterprises, Inc., with the amendment that our counsel, Zach Cook, put in play.
Item number 2, that the 36 cents will commence on April the 11th, 2031.
Thank you.
10th or 11th?
Well, it says 10th, beginning on the 10th, the 10th. Okay, instead of the 11th, the 10th.
Yeah.
Okay?
Second.
Second. Okay, any other discussion? Roll call.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Now we'll jump back and regular item number 9, formerly known as consent item number 20, is approval of award of RFP number 2021-009P to Hub International for insurance broker services for the Village of Ruidoso. Judy? Oh, it's good news.
Yes, we did, I guess I'm gonna expand on the award of the RFP. We did have a renewal meeting with Hub, last Thursday. The insurance committee is made up of the mayor himself, Mr. Salas, village manager Dodge, deputy manager Senna, myself, and the HR director. So we did sit through a presentation where they had given us the results of shopping our insurance. They did go back to Blue Cross and they priced our plan exactly the way it was that we currently have. They did do another scenario where they increased our deductibles and our out-of-pocket limits. They did ask for prices from Presbyterian and United Healthcare. Some of the plans were cheaper than our current plan, and I guess I should start with that. Our current plan came out at a renewal rate of 5.47%. And in addition to that, Blue Cross did say if we did renew the dental part, they would knock off 1% off that 5.47%, so it would net out to us at a 4.47%. Our vision is not gonna change. There's no increase on that, and all our supplementals like term life, hospital, short-term disability, those all remain the same. So really, at this point, the only changes were gonna be to healthcare. The committee did review some of the other choices, and they were cheaper, but they felt like Blue Cross had a wide network, and we didn't want to go to an HMO to where you were locked in to doctors only in New Mexico. We wanted to give our employees the option of going to Texas, to Arizona, wherever they needed to go for treatment. So in going through all the numbers, the committee felt like we should stay with our current plan, just the way it is, not changing any deductibles or any out-of-pockets. So what that means to the employee is that for somebody with just employee care, the premium's gonna go up $5.24 a month. If you're in a couple, it's gonna go up $10.13 a month. And so remember, you have to divide it by 2 to get it per paycheck. An employee with just dependents is gonna go up $9.72, and our family coverage will go up $15.04. So we did actually shop an employee assistance program.
Explain what that is, please.
So an employee might come with you and come to HR and say that they're having family issues, or they're having some kind of issue that's causing stress and impacting their job duties and their job performance, and they would like to talk to some kind of counselor. This plan that they did shop to us will cost about a little bit less than $200 a year, and the employee will not only have 3 face-to-face visits, but they will have unlimited numbers of Zoom meetings or resources to different information on whatever problem they're having. We used to have this program, I want to say 6 years ago, but somehow it kind of slept off. And I know that HR, with the onset of COVID, everybody being isolated, and just the stress of the virus and everything has caused some of our employees a lot of stress, and they were reaching out to see if they could talk to somebody. We didn't have the program in place, so we felt like that would be a program that we probably needed to reinstate, so we did ask HUB to price that out. Another aspect that we asked HUB to price out was a flexible spending plan. This plan is like a savings account, so me as an employee, I can say, I want to set aside $10 per paycheck, and I want it to accumulate, and then when I go get my glasses and my out-of-pocket is $100, I want to get into that account, draw out the $100 and pay for it. That money is tax-free or pre-taxed, and so even when you draw it out, you're not taxed on it. However, the kicker is that if you say you're gonna save $2,600, at the end of the year, you have to make sure that you have medical expenses that total that $2,600. If not, any money's left residual in that account at the end of the year will actually forfeit to the company. The other side of that is that, let's say I'm an employee and I go to the doctor and I draw out $2,600 that I was going to put in during the year, and then I decide to quit in July, the village is left holding the bag. So when you have people not using their money and people leaving early, it kind of offsets to where you stay consistent. So this plan is going to have probably a $200 annual charge, and then we'll get charged $4 per employee per month to have that type of account. You're only charged for the people that are involved in the plan. I think some of our people will use it. If you're gonna have a deductible that's $2,000 that you know you're gonna have surgery, you can actually set aside money each paycheck to cover your deductible. So I think that might be a successful plan for us. I don't think we've ever had that before, but I've had it at other employees, and it makes it really nice. You're not afraid to go to get the glasses or the contacts or go to the doctor, because you know you have some money sitting aside to help pay those costs. So what I need today is a general consensus of we are set to follow our current Blue Cross Blue Shield plan the way it's listed with the deductibles and everything. We will see a 4.47 increase. And I also needed to know if you wanted to enact the EAP and the flex account spending accounts in order to get HUB to work on a renewal so we can get in.
So don't we need to go ahead and approve HUB's contract first?
Yes.
And then we can give you a consensus on the other?
Sure.
Okay.
So Judy, I have a question, because I have a flex plan on my other job, and it's great to
It is
pocket
great.
stuff, whatever, but I can only draw out what has been put in. I can't say that, you know, over the year, this is what I'm anticipating going in there. Can this plan not be set up that way?
The way they presented, they didn't present it that way, but I can ask the question.
Okay, because my plan is actually a set amount put in by the employer. It accumulates during the year. At the end of that year, it just gets reset, but I can't go over what's already been put into it. So it seems like there should be something like that, not where, you know, if you get somebody who goes, hey, I'm not gonna be around here very long, I'm gonna go get all this stuff taken care of, and then walks out and draws that account negative.
At the bank, we had the flex plan, and it was great. We could draw it out by, you know, when we did it in December, if I put $2,000 or whatever it was, my kids need braces, January, I paid off that bill, and then I worked. I think that we made it to where you had to work a year before you could be in that plan, but I'm sure that the bank lost every once in a while, but actually, that was a great plan. I like it that way. I like to be able to have access right away.
I will ask
Okay.
and find out, but when they presented, they didn't say that you could only draw what you had put in the account. They said that you could draw whatever your estimated contribution would be.
Okay, another resource on the EAP plan, sorry, I wasn't here for your presentation of it, but Misty MacArthur at Lincoln County Behavioral Health, is it?
That isn't right, but
No,
it's through
but
the
it's whatever.
county.
It's there at the therapy center.
Right.
Lincoln County residents can get 5 free sessions with her, which is amazing. I know a number of people that have referred over there, and they love it. So any employee, and actually any Lincoln County resident who may need such services can contact them and get 5 sessions.
Wow.
So,
Any other comments, questions? So we want to get a motion on Hub, and then we'll give a nod of direction.
I move that we accept the award of RFP number 2021-009P to Hub International for insurance broker services for the Village of Ruidoso.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, so now then, she's asked about the EAP and the Flex. And so, is that right? And that's it?
And then if we will keep our plan the same way with the same deductibles and the out-of-pocket, which will reflect 4.47%.
Which the out-of-pocket now is $500 per individual, $2,500 for family. And that's usually a big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to see us keep the lower deductible.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the EAP, even with Counselor Coughlin's notice that MacArthur, you can see her 5 times, I think that's still a pretty good plan to get people help when they need it.
Yeah, that's funded through the county, started about 8 years ago, and it's been an ongoing program that's had real success. So it's another option, and then the thing I'm going to is somewhere down the road after 5, then you can enroll in and become a patient with ongoing counseling. And so at that point, it becomes a fee. So the 5 is to get you out of a crisis situation potentially, and then to roll you into someone you have trust with and that you can continue on with. So that might really roll into the next thing, which is the flexible spending account,
Right.
which I think is an excellent idea.
Yes.
Misty MacArthur.
Mr. MacArthur. So we're getting a nod to everything she just posted. The EAP, the flexible spending, the maintaining the same plan that we have with the same deductible limits. And then the additionals with the insurances and everything, those are all employee paid.
Yes, all the supplementals are employee paid and they are all remaining the same amount. So there's no increases on those. The only increase was on the health insurance.
Yep. So like long-term care, things of that nature.
Accident,
Accident.
critical illness, all those are. gonna
Life
stay-
insurance.
Life insurance, additional life insurance.
Okay.
Same.
All right, so we're saying carry on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, I think that concludes the entertainment for this evening. So we don't have any closed session business. Is there any further comments, discussion? You wore out? Are we ready to go? Okay, well, this meeting is adjourned. All right.
I'm going to try and find the name of that group. They have posters that they place inside the clinics, inside the